Oh my god, Trim. I took in several eyedroppers 2 hours ago. Dropped it in. That's the Onyx solution I use for electroforming to make myself. Put it in some of the original from the original reactor that blew up last August. I had to clean out. It's become solidifying. So blew up this chamber and my secondary redox chamber. So I was waiting for that to get harder. It blew. That's crazy. That stuff doesn't move. Yeah, you gotta get that. Otherwise it's gonna block my port for the circulation. Drop some juice into this guy so that taking some of the original. Back in and see. If I have an explosion, I'll blow up this chamber instead of that chamber. I'm gonna shake up the reactor and get this stuff broke. So I broke it up. A big piece don't want to come down. It's crazy. Let's say we're about ready. We got good pulse rate. Crazy is how that comes out in the flame. Copper ion that I put in there. That pulses. Secondary redox. is still sticky. I'm gonna have the electrical tape plug and so forth that I put in there blow out. So I gotta take out the other one. My vent holes. Two of the cells are clogged. All that. Still got more that to come out. That's the initial start. Once I start burning stuff and evolving it, that stuff accumulates. It's Shelby gas is in a different color. Bonus is for crazy. Got little capsules that I have of the original fuel. Glass pieces. And I got some hydrated water and other things. Stream beds, garden. Fire back. That's what's beautiful. Still snow. Go get water from the water hole. Bring a nice snow melt for the rain comes. Gets the water cloudy.
Phone orders and curbside service
Still
available.
putting together.
Bringing people and nature together.
Was must so full and easy having
Wild
produced
Parts
it.
Unlimited,
Waiting
Beale
for that
Street,
piece to
Grass
cure out
Valley.
next to the fire.
And now, it's Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman.
Listening to the news.
From New York, this is Democracy.
We will take Prohibition to trial. We hope the decision is true and will actually take them to trial and bring justice for the children that were killed in the wars.
The International Criminal Court has ruled it has the authority to investigate alleged Israeli war crimes in the Palestinian territorials. Israel and the United States have criticized the decision. We'll go to Gaza to speak with leading human rights attorney Raji Sourani. Then Democrats are pushing forward on a $1.9 trillion COVID stimulus package as the United States faces a staggering economic crisis.
We have more than 10 million people out of work. 4 million people have been out of work for 6 months or longer. And 2.5 million women have been driven from the workforce.
We'll speak to Nicole Mason of the Institute for Women's Policy Research on what she has dubbed the She Session due to the pandemic's devastating impact on women, setting them back decades.
With the baby
All
coming.
that and more coming up.
Shit, it's funny.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Democrats are moving forward with legislation for President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package after both the House and Senate advanced a budget resolution Friday allowing them to bypass Republican approval. Over 50 House Democrats signed a letter Friday urging Biden to reject a push by conservative and centrist Democrats to lower the income eligibility from $75,000 to $50,000 or double those amounts for couples in order to receive a direct payment of $1,400. Meanwhile, Democrats are unveiling a bill to provide payments of $3,000 to $3,600 per child as part of the stimulus package. The amount of assistance would decrease for people with higher incomes. This comes as the White House says the Pentagon will deploy over 1,000 active duty troops to assist in the vaccination rollout with the
And every one of
possibility
them
of
that
more
gets
troops eventually
infected
joining the effort. The Biden
is
administration is
a
also
death
invoking the Defense
for
Production
the
Act
soldier
to
loss.
increase supplies of vaccines, tests, and protective equipment. On Sunday, as the U.S. death toll from COVID-19 neared 463,000, millions of Americans gathered for Super Bowl watch parties, raising fears of a fresh surge in cases. More than 25,000 fans attended the Super Bowl in person in Tampa, Florida. After the hometown Buccaneers won, thousands of revelers flouted public health measures and packed the streets in Ybor City and elsewhere in celebration. South Africa's halted plans to roll out the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine after it showed minimal efficacy in preventing mild and moderate COVID-19 in people infected by the dominant coronavirus variant, which has been overwhelming South Africa's health system. Meanwhile, the British
Which is
government
not the
moved
UK
to
variant.
reassure the public that the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine prevents death and severe illness and is effective against a variant that's come to dominate cases in the UK. The US Centers for Disease Control has identified nearly 700 U.S. infections from variants first reported in the UK, South Africa, and Brazil that may have evolved to spread more rapidly or to reinfect people who've already had COVID-19. The Wyoming Republican Party voted to censure Congressmember Liz Cheney, the third highest ranking Republican in the House, over her vote to impeach former President Trump for inciting the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. It follows a similar move by Arizona Republicans who passed resolutions in January censuring Governor Doug Ducey, former Senator Jeff Flake, and Cindy McCain, John McCain's widow, for opposing or defying Trump. Meanwhile, Oregon Republicans passed a resolution in January condemning the 10 Republican Congress members who voted to impeach Trump, calling the insurrection a false flag operation. Trump's second impeachment trial begins tomorrow. In New York, a judge ruled Friday Republican Trump ally Claudia Tenney won her race against Democrat Anthony Brindisi in the last open House race. Tenney regained the New York seat, which she lost in 2018 with a margin of just 109 votes. The Brindisi campaign signaled they may challenge the results. Democrats have 221 seats, while Republicans now have 212 seats in the House with Tenney's win. In Burma, police fired water cannons on peaceful protesters in Rangoon as mass demonstrations continued today for the third straight day, opposing the military coup that deposed the de facto leader Aung San Suu Kyi 1 week ago.
We can't just let the military win. Citizens have already shown their demands by voting. We are on the street to show that we are against military dictatorship.
Burmese authorities shut down the internet for part of the weekend as fears mount of a harsh military crackdown on protesters. In India, farm workers blockaded roads across the country as they continue a historic mass protest against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's reforms that seek to deregulate agricultural markets. Tractors, trucks, and tents blocked traffic for several hours Saturday as the UN urged authorities to respect the right to peaceful assembly. In northern India, at least 14 people were confirmed dead and over 150 missing and feared dead after part of a glacier broke off in the Himalayas, triggering a flood of water, rock, and mud that collapsed a hydroelectric dam. Himalayan glaciers are rapidly melting due to global heating. Environmental groups have warned against building power projects in the area, which is vulnerable to landslides and flooding. In Ecuador, the leftist economist Andrés Arauz won the first round of the country's presidential election Sunday, marking a possible return to a socialist government.
We have received an overwhelming vote from different parts of our country. As I said earlier, it is a victory representative of the entire national territory.
36-year-old Arauz is a protege of former President Rafael Correa and vowed to end the austerity and pro-open market policies of President Lenin Moreno. Votes are still being tallied to determine whether Arauz will run off against the conservative banker Guillermo Lasso or indigenous environmental activist Yacu Perez. A warning to our audience. This next headline contains disturbing images of police violence. In Chile, hundreds of protesters took to the streets Friday in response to the police killing of a street juggler in the southern city of Panguipulli. Demonstrators set 10 public offices on fire, including the municipal government building. The street performer Francisco Martinez had reportedly refused to comply with police orders to show his ID before they fatally shot him. Martinez was unarmed and was carrying only his juggling props. His loved ones paid tribute to Martinez and called for an end to police brutality at a gathering on Saturday.
I don't want any more madness. I don't want any more murder. I don't want young people to continue to be killed and to go without justice. Many young people have been murdered and raped, and there is no justice.
Protests over the killing also broke out in the capital Santiago nationwide, and demands for police reform continue. In Haiti, at least 23 people were arrested after President Jovenel Moïse claimed they were plotting a coup against his government. Protests against Moïse's U.S.-backed regime have been ongoing for months as fears mount of a worsening political and economic crisis if Moïse refuses to step down. Opponents of his government say his presidential term ended Sunday, but Moïse has already said he won't step down, arguing his term doesn't end until next year. President Biden says the U.S. will not remove sanctions on Iran until it complies with the terms of the 2015 nuclear deal. The U.S. under Trump unilaterally withdrew from the deal in 2018 despite widespread international opposition. Iran has since resumed enriching uranium but maintains its nuclear program as for peaceful purposes. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, says the U.S. must first return to the agreement and has lost its right to set any conditions on the deal's parties. Egyptian authorities have released Al Jazeera journalist Mahmoud Hussein, who spent over 4 years in prison without trial on charges of, quote, publishing false information and belonging to a banned group, unquote. After his arrest, Egypt banned Al Jazeera's website and other news outlets critical of authoritarian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Reporters Without Borders describes Egypt as one of the world's biggest jailers of journalists, with widespread arbitrary detentions, mass trials, and even life imprisonment for some reporters. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pleaded not guilty to charges of bribery and fraud before abruptly walking out of the courtroom where hearings for his corruption trial are taking place. This comes just weeks ahead of new elections in Israel, the fourth in 2 years, and amidst ongoing protest against Netanyahu in Israel. Meanwhile, the International Criminal Court ruled Friday it has jurisdiction over the occupied Palestinian territories, clearing the way for investigations into Israeli crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. We'll have more on this after headlines. We'll speak with the world-renowned attorney Raji Sourani in Gaza. The Biden administration said Friday it'll remove Yemen's Houthi rebels from the government's list of terror groups, reversing a last-minute move by the Trump administration, which Yemenis and international aid groups warned would only worsen the world's worst humanitarian catastrophe. The news came one day after President Biden pledged to end U.S. support for the Saudi-led war in Yemen. In immigration news, the Biden administration suspended so-called safe third country agreements with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. The widely condemned Trump-era policies allowed the government to expel asylum seekers from the U.S.-Mexico border to first seek asylum in one of the Central American nations. In other immigration news, The Intercept reports immigration and customs enforcement agents at the Pine Prairie ICE Processing Center in Louisiana threatened to expose a group of Cameroonian asylum seekers to COVID-19 if they did not submit to deportation. The asylum seekers were scheduled to be deported last week, but their flight was canceled at the last minute amidst new allegations of ICE torturing people into signing deportation orders. In related news, the Biden administration has suspended deportation flights to Haiti following pressure from immigrant justice advocates. Hundreds of asylum seekers, mostly from Haiti and African countries, were deported within Biden's first days in office. This comes as the Biden administration is expected to issue new guidelines this week to stem the number of arrests and deportations at the hands of ICE. In Louisiana, A black police officer died by suicide after posting several videos decrying police brutality and racism. 43-year-old Clyde Kerr III, who also served in the military in Iraq and Afghanistan, took his own life outside the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office last Monday. In one of Kerr's videos, he cited the police killings of Botham Jean, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. This is Clyde Kerr III.
This is a demonic system, and it's not anything I can continue to serve and want to be a part of. And this is not right. This is no form of justice.
Clyde Kerr's father is the jazz musician. U.S. residents who need help should contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline by calling 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-TALK. In labor news, some 6,000 Amazon workers in Alabama begin voting today on whether to unionize in what could become the first successful union drive at a U.S. Amazon warehouse. Workers are demanding stronger COVID safety measures and relief from impossibly high productivity standards that leave many unable to take bathroom breaks. Organizers report employees were required to attend anti-union captive audience meetings and have been bombarded with text messages promoting Amazon's anti-union website. Workers will be able to cast ballots by mail through the end of March when votes will be counted. Philadelphia teachers worried about catching COVID-19 in the classroom won a victory Sunday after city officials said they do not have to report to schools in person today. Philadelphia's school district had previously threatened to discipline teachers who did not comply with orders to return to classrooms today to prep for in-person classes set to resume later this month. Philadelphia Federation of Teachers President Jerry Jordan said, quote, "Other than sheer cruelty and a callous disregard for the lives of educators and school staff, I cannot think of another reason to push forward with a reckless plan to reopen unsafe buildings," he said. Meanwhile, the Chicago Teachers Union has reached a tentative agreement with Chicago Public Schools to return to in-person learning. The deal still requires the ratification of union members who are on the cusp of striking over coronavirus safety concerns. San Francisco's Teachers Union reached a similar tentative agreement over the weekend. In a CBS interview Sunday, Biden called school closures a national emergency and said the CDC will soon issue recommendations for minimum safety requirements in schools.
If we measure that out,
and Virginia's poised to abolish the death penalty after lawmakers voted last week to ban executions. Governor Ralph Northam has vowed to sign the bill, which would make Virginia the 23rd state and the first southern state to do away with capital punishment. Separately, Virginia's legislature also voted Friday to legalize marijuana. Again, the first southern state to do so, with retail sales expected to start in 2024. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. When we come back, the International Criminal Court has ruled it has the authority to investigate alleged Israeli war crimes in the Palestinian territories. Israel and the U.S. have criticized the decision. We'll go to Gaza. Stay with us. The International Criminal Court has ruled it has the authority to investigate alleged Israeli war crimes in the Palestinian territories. Israel and the United States criticized the decision. Israel's not a member of the ICC, but the Palestinians joined the court in 2015. Israel's argued the court has no jurisdiction over the occupied territories because Palestine is not an independent state. But the ICC judges rejected that argument. The ruling comes 2 years after the ICC's chief prosecutor found that, quote, war crimes have been or are being committed in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, unquote. On Saturday, Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Maliki welcomed the ICC's decision.
Israel has been always been treated above the law. There is no accountability when it comes to Israel. Now, no one, including the United States of America, could really provide protection to Israel. You know that always when we go to the Security Council, the United States of America is the one who really shields Israel from any criticism and prevents us from getting whatever sanctions needed against Israel. Today, United States of America cannot do anything, to protect Israel, and as a result, Israel has to be treated as a war criminal.
Israeli Prime Minister
Nazi
Benjamin
bastards that they're doing
Netanyahu
right now,
blasted the
yes,
International
that are
Criminal
doing this
Court,
shit to the people.
accusing it of engaging
that
in,
are
quote,
compliant with it,
pure
like here.
anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, the Biden administration said it had, quote, serious concerns with the ICC's ruling. The court's decision could also result in war crimes probes targeting Hamas and other Palestinian factions. Part of the ICC's probe is expected to look at Israel's 2014 assault on Gaza, in which 2,100 Palestinians died. Gaza resident Tawfiq Abu Jamaa lost 24 members of extended family in the assault. He spoke Saturday.
When I heard about the decision, I was very happy about it, but I doubt that the world countries and the world courts will be able to take the occupation to trial. We hope the decision is true and will actually take them to trial and bring justice for the children that were killed in the wars.
We go now to Gaza City, where we're joined by Raji Sourani, the award-winning human rights lawyer and director of the Palestinian Center for Human Rights in Gaza, past winner of the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Award and the Right Livelihood Award. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Raji, can you start off by responding to the International Criminal Court's decision?
It's a great decision, Amy. It's a decision who made history for not the Palestinians only, not the Palestinian victims only, but for victims across the globe. I think with this decision, we can assure that the independence and the credibility of the ICC restored, and the blanket of fear which was spread all over the court due to Trump executive order has been erased. So now ICC can function independently and according to the legal obligation it has.
So what will this mean for Israel, for IDF, and for the Palestinians?
That Israel, for the first time ever in history, will be in the most important court on earth, being charged of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and persecution for Palestinian civilians. And it will be held accountable, hopefully, at least in 5 cases. One, the blockade on the Gaza Strip, and the second on the settlement policies, and 3 on the offensive on the Gaza Strip 2014, the pillage, and the Great March of Return. Israel will face charges, and it should be held accountable on it.
On Saturday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, denounced the International Criminal Court's decision.
When the ICC investigates Israel for fake war crimes, this is pure anti-Semitism. The court established to prevent atrocities like the Nazi Holocaust against the Jewish people is now targeting the one state of the Jewish people.
So that's the Israeli Prime Minister on Saturday.
Doing
Today,
war
he
crimes
walked
like
out
the
of his
Nazis
own
towards
corruption
Palestine.
trial. Raji Sourani, your
Doesn't make no
response?
sense.
I think this court, it's not political, and this is our main, theme on this, or what we wanted as a Palestinian, as representative of Palestinian victims, the rule of law. We don't want a political court, and that, what ICC showed. The ICC was threatened by Trump, by Pompeo, and by the Israeli Prime Minister himself. And that was the political dimension. The second point, why Israel afraid of court of law? This is the most important court on earth. It's the creme de la creme of the human experience. accountability to those who are suspected of committing war crimes. Israel do have the creme de la creme of lawyers, judges, scholars, jurists. Why they don't go there and defend themselves? This is not a Palestinian court. This is an international court with international judges, and most important,
That's why they're scared and they don't want it.
it's independent and it's professional. We, the Palestinians, we are in need, in bad need, to bring justice and dignity for the people, and we need the ICC for that. And at the same time, ICC need the Palestinians because it should restore its credibility and independence. That's all what we want. Rule of law.
I wanted to get your response, Raji, to the State Department spokesperson Ned Price. So this is the Biden administration, not the Trump administration, issuing a statement Friday expressing, quote, serious concerns about the ICC's ruling. He said, as we made clear when the Palestinians purported to join the Rome Statute in 2015, we do not believe the Palestinians qualify as a sovereign state and therefore are not qualified to obtain membership as a state or participate as a state in international organizations, entities, or conferences, including the ICC. So this is the Biden administration.
It seems the American administration mixes up between two things, between the court and the American administration. The American administration, it's not the court. The court is the ICC, and the judges are ICC judges. So U.S. do have clear-cut position since day one of the ICC. They refuse to sign and ratify Rome status. They refuse to be part of the ICC. So they didn't join it. Israel didn't join as well the ICC from day one. U.S. and Israel among the states who didn't join that. That's why it's very hard to accept, the American administration argument. Trump administration made an executive order hold accountable not only the prosecutor and its aides, not the judges, those who are functioning at the ICC, but also the American lawyers who can help in bringing any accountable by imprisoning them, by fining them. Now, what I want to say in this regard, that Biden administration, if they don't cancel the executive order of Trump, they will commit a great mistake. Second, we understand why this American position like this, because U.S. committed the crimes in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, and different parts of the world, and they can be held accountable for the same reasons Israel will be held accountable for.
We're talking to Raji Sourani, the famed international human rights lawyer in Gaza City. We're also joined by Catherine Gallagher, senior staff attorney at the Center for Constitutional Rights, legal representative for Palestinian victims in front of the International Criminal Court. Catherine, if you could respond to the ICC's decision and the Biden administration's response that it has grave concerns, and who it is you represent before the ICC.
Sure, and good morning, Amy. And it truly is a privilege to be on this morning with Raji Sourani. This is a landmark decision, and I think no one should be mistaken in recognizing that the ICC has moved to open this investigation, moved to end impunity for crimes committed on the territory of Palestine because of the hard work, the decades-long hard work and professionalism of people like Raji Sourani, of Palestinian human rights organizations like his PCHR, El-Haq, Adamir, El-Mizad, Defense for Children, International Palestine. All of these groups have worked for decades documenting abuses and ensuring that the international community knows about them, hears about them, and ultimately it gives some measure of accountability. In terms of what this decision practically means, it means that the prosecutor can proceed to open investigations on the complete territory of Palestine, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza Strip. I have the privilege to represent Palestinians from Gaza, from the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and from the diaspora, in putting forward a submission urging the court to recognize its jurisdiction over Palestine. And I've urged that the prosecutor open an investigation into the crime against humanity of persecution. This is one of many crimes that Israeli officials, and I think it's important to emphasize that the ICC looks at individual criminal responsibility, not state responsibility. The Palestinians I represent have been denied their rights to life, to be free from torture, to family unity, to access health care, to freedom of movement, to rights to livelihood. There are just a array of violations that have been going on for years. And now the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is on the threshold of opening an investigation into crimes that go back to 2014. I was disappointed, definitely, on Friday evening when the U.S. State Department spokesperson under the Biden-Harris administration came out against this historic ruling. It's notable that just the day before, the State Department put out another press release regarding the ICC in the case of the announcement of the Unwin verdict. This is a case that the United States had given some technical support to during the Obama-Biden administration. So what we're seeing here, as Raju said, it's not the ICC that is playing politics. It is those outside the ICC. They put tremendous political pressure on the court, on other member states of the court, and we've seen already today and over the weekend, Israel saying that it's going to turn to allies in the European Union and others to give some kind of political protection, which is deeply disappointing. This is an independent court, and it should be able to operate independently. But the fact that the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, is continuing the Trump line so far of objecting to investigations by the ICC, and most critically, keeping the ICC prosecutor Fatou Bensouda on a sanctions list, and keeping in place, as Raju mentioned, an executive order that not only could lead to further sanctions of those who support investigations of Israeli officials or Americans or others for crimes committed in Afghanistan, but it can also provide civil and criminal penalties against anyone who supports those investigations by the prosecutor. So that could include U.S. citizens and certainly Palestinian citizens. So this work is not without risk, but it is critically important that it proceed, and we really do call upon the Biden administration to lift the executive order. I would like it if it supported the investigations. It doesn't need to do that. At minimum, it needs to stop obstructing justice.
And on this issue, finally, Raji Sourani, what you want to see investigated by the International Criminal Court, and if the chief prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, is replaced, can another chief prosecutor overturn this?
That Bensouda take decision soon, this week or the week after, and decide about opening the investigation and to appoint her team to proceed with that. This is something, I mean, we as representatives of victims who see all these war crimes and atrocities, I mean, and being committed against our people, we look to their eyes, we know them by names, and we know the members of the family, we know the suffering, I mean, they passed through. And me personally, I invested 43 years of my life to wait for this day to see the ICC decide on opening the investigation against the Israeli suspected war criminal. So we hope, and we are full of optimism that this will proceed smoothly in the court, and we invest our best professionally to bring justice, dignity to the Palestinian victims. I hope that a new prosecutor will be elected soon. There was quite a lot of hustle around this aspect. It was supposed to be elected last December. It didn't work, and it was delayed, and they opened the candidacy again. I hope soon they will be able to select and elect a new prosecutor to replace Bensouda when she leaves office at a few time. I am full of hope that the prosecutor, the coming prosecutor, will act as Bensouda, which was great for us, for somebody who represents the legal conscience of the world, to act with their responsibility, with their independence, with their professionalism, to bring justice for victims across the globe.
Raji, we have to leave in a minute, but I wanted to ask you about the situation of COVID in Gaza right now. According to the World Health Organization, there have been over 51,000 confirmed cases, 522 deaths from COVID since reporting began in July 2020. That's in Gaza alone. The UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees has warned Gaza Strip's health system could collapse if the number of cases continue to rise. We just covered what was happening in the West Bank with Mustafa Barghouti, who had COVID.
Got solid good. I'd modified the hole on this, so it's a lot bigger than what comes in the kit.
We are like any other part of the world.
Got a good stream.
It was
it took Maria's reactor because my reactor, I'm cleaning it out still. That's what that's running on, is that container over there is for what came out of this. I still got more juice in there and sediment to get out. Otherwise, my thing blew up, like literally shattered. So the little small redux. I just pulled these guys out of the snow. As the kids have been telling me, in my head it's time to get back to work. And to make H4 water and other things like that. And other things stronger that go out to the wellers community that she provides her beautiful niece to. Let's try to be known from the background. Thumbs zero. Every kit that I've ordered for some reason keeps getting sent back or sent to the wrong address.
The equipment and the medicine to come through, and they are responsible as well about the vaccine distribution to the occupied people of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. They are responsible as well on the welfare and the pandemic situation in the prison.
Look at that plasma.
In very critical conditions. The Israeli prisoners took the vaccines.
Remember I took some drops out of there. The blue. And then it became solid. The copper ion.
Israel will be the first country on the world vaccine-free, pandemic free. So if Netanyahu talk about the anti-Semitic act, this is 100% racist behavior, unprecedented behavior. Israel occupied Palestinian territories, and they are totally responsible.
Almost like oud.
International law, precisely the Geneva Conventions on the well-being of the Palestinian and the.
I'm gonna have to make me some hydrated water. I'm gonna go get me a cup. Make some hydrated water.
Being with us, and all health to you. Human rights lawyer, director of the Palestinian Center for Human Rights in Gaza, and also to Catherine Gallagher, Center for Constitutional Rights and legal representative for Palestinian victims in front of the International Criminal court. When we come back.
Although will be eligible for that full $2,000, 600 plus 1,400. Now, when people said we don't want rich people to get that benefit, I understand that, I agree. And what we need to do is have a strong cliff so it doesn't kind of spill over to people making $300,000.
This comes as billionaires' wealth in the United States grew by almost 40% during the pandemic, increasing by more than $1.1 trillion. Biden's stimulus bill is also set to include a $400 per week jobless benefit through September and $30 billion for rent and utility assistance. This comes as data shows women lost about 5.5 million jobs over the course of the first 10 months of the pandemic. Nearly 1 million more jobs lost than men. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen spoke about the staggering number of women who've left the workforce since the pandemic began when she appeared Sunday on CBS's Face the Nation.
The American Rescue Package that President Biden has proposed really addresses the problems that women face. It places huge emphasis on getting our schools open safely, getting children back into school, providing paid family and medical leave during this crisis so that women don't have to leave their jobs when they're faced with health issues or family issues that they have to address. There's emphasis on providing more child care and payments, tax credits expanded for children to help families address these needs. And I think this is really necessary to get women back to work. They've faced a disproportionate burden because of this crisis, especially low-wage women and women of color.
Women of color are especially hard hit by job losses during the pandemic, with Black, Latinx, and Asian women accounting for all of women's job losses in December. Combined with women's increased responsibility for caregiving at home, it's a trend that could set women back decades and prompted our next guest to call this the first ever She Session. Nicole Mason is the president and chief executive officer of the Institute for Women's Policy Research, a leading voice on pay equity, economic policies, and research impacting women. She's quoted in a section of the New York Times that came out on Sunday. The whole section, America's Mothers Are in Crisis. Is anyone listening to them? Nicole Mason, thanks so much for being with us. Can you talk about what this economic crisis means for women? What a She Session, your term, is?
So this is a historic moment. We have not witnessed a moment like this ever in U.S. history. So the She Session is about making sure that we understand that women have been disproportionately impacted by job and income losses during the pandemic and during this economic downturn. And the reason for this is because women are overrepresented in the hardest hit sectors. Service, leisure, hospitality, education, and healthcare services have been hit hardest during this downturn, disproportionately impacting, again, low-wage workers and women of color.
So talk about why women are so hard hit right now and how in this country this is really being overlooked. Certainly not by the women themselves who are being crushed, losing their jobs, having to care for parents, having to care for children. What this means, setting women back decades.
So what this means is, the reason why women, like I said, are disproportionately impacted is because they're overrepresented in hardest hit sectors. And when stay-at-home orders were implemented, businesses closed down, and that disproportionately impacted women. And then also schools and daycares closed down. So women had this dual burden of providing for their families and earning a living, but also caretaking responsibilities. So in the beginning, I don't really believe that we really took it seriously in terms of the impact of school closures on working women. But we saw, for example, in August, 865,000 women fell out of the workforce, and people asked me, I said, well, why do you think that is? I said, it's a no-brainer. Schools were supposed to open in August and September, and they didn't, and women had to make some tough choices.
You wrote in a recent piece, at the first of the year, we celebrated women's economic gains when they made up a little more than 50% of the workforce. The pandemic has all but wiped out those gains and made it more difficult for women to re-enter the workforce and sustain employment. Explain.
So again, and at the beginning of the year in 2020, in January, we were celebrating this milestone, and then the pandemic hit, and more than 2 million women fell out of the workforce, at four times the rate than men. In 2008, when the economic recession hit, it mainly impacted manufacturing, production, and construction, again, disproportionately impacting men. But this time around, not only were women losing jobs at a clip, they were also managing virtual learning with their children, and women were told during this time, when you'll figure it out, it's not that big a deal. And we, in terms of reopening and stay-at-home orders, we put a lot of focus on small businesses, which I think is right, but there was very little attention paid to getting schools open, and so that has had a disproportionate impact on women because without schools and daycares and the pandemic under control, they will continue and have continued to fall out of the workforce.
So as this debate on the $1.9 trillion COVID crisis, economic crisis package takes place, what is missing? What do you think needs to happen, particularly to protect women?
So there are a lot of good things in that package. So you heard Janet Yellen talking about all the good things in there, or smart things in there for women. The expanded unemployment insurance, the housing and food assistance monies in there, paid family and sick leave. All these things will go a long way towards ensuring women who cannot re-enter the workforce because of caretaker responsibilities or simply can't find a job because many women have been unemployed for 27 weeks or more, that they have a lifeline. So that's really important. And I think the second part of the stimulus package, which we'll see, I think, in the coming weeks and months, is job creation. So there'll be a concerted effort on job creation, and oftentimes, like in 2008, there was a concerted effort around infrastructure, production, manufacturing, getting people back to work. This time around, we're going to need to focus on those hardest hit sectors where women have been most affected and impacted, and then also dedicate some funds to education and training because, to be honest, Amy, some of those jobs that we lost are not going to be able to come back, and so women will have to enter new sectors altogether.
And what about the $15 minimum wage increase that was included in Biden's stimulus bill proposal? Some say it cannot be included if Democrats want to use the reconciliation process to pass it, because that rule can only be used for bills concerning spending, taxes, and debt. But Senator Bernie Sanders, chair of the Budget Committee, argued that it does comply with the budget reconciliation process. Can you comment?
So the $15 minimum wage is long overdue. Raising the minimum wage is long overdue. And right now, I don't want to choose political expediency over what, the right thing to do. But I will say, Amy, that raising the minimum wage to $15 is only a small part of this deal here. We also need to make sure that these jobs are quality jobs, because what the most devastating thing during the pandemic is that even when women lost their jobs, they also didn't have paid sick leave. They didn't have other benefits that we know make the difference for working families. And so in addition to the $15 an hour, we also need to make sure that they have paid and family sick leave and also have better job security and flexibility. All these things were critical issues during the pandemic and for women.
See, Nicole Mason, I want to thank you so much for being with us, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute for Women's Policy Research. She coined the term she-session. And by the way, give your dog a kibble from me. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. The quarantine quarantine report as we end today's show on Capitol Hill. Former President Trump's impeachment starts Tuesday for inciting the deadly January 6th insurrection in the Capitol. House lawmakers took to the floor last week to detail what it was like to survive the siege. This is Congresswoman Cori Bush of Missouri.
Speaker, St. Louis and I rise to reflect on how our office experienced the white supremacist attack on our nation's capital on January the 6th. Everybody's experiences are different, and everybody's experiences must be validated. Everybody's experiences. I remember sitting up in the gallery, listening to floor speeches, knowing that there was supposed to be a protest happening outside, seeing people outside, and thinking that this was just part of the day.
Right when I got the flame gun.
Until something happened, and I just felt the need to stand up and walk out. And I walked over I went to the steps. I went down a flight and I went to the steps and I went to look to see what's happening outside. And I saw the tip top of flags. And then I saw more of the flags and I could read words. And then after I could read words, I could see people. And then I realized that people were approaching. So I hopped on the nearest elevator and left and made it back to my office safely. And we came back into our office. We walked in and we started to see on our televisions people breaching doors. And I remember thinking, is this actually what's happening? The more I watched, and people were calling this a protest, let me say this, that was not a protest. I've been to hundreds of protests in my life. I've co-organized, led and organized protests, not only in Ferguson, Missouri, alongside the amazing Ferguson front line that most people don't even acknowledge. They don't even know their names. They don't even know who died. They don't even acknowledge the amazing people that put their lives and livelihoods on the line for our safety, believing that Black Lives Matter, because they actually do. And we shouldn't have to say it. It should just be true. It's evident in our society when we have to continue to say, my life matters. And they hit us with things like this. And I remember sitting in the office with my team and just thinking to myself, I feel like I'm back. At this very minute, I feel like I'm back. I feel like this was one of the days out there on the streets when the white supremacists would show up and start shooting at us. This is one of the days when the police would ambush us from behind trees and from behind buildings, and all of a sudden now we're on the ground being brutalized. It felt like one of those days, and I just remember taking a second thinking, if they touch these doors, if they hit these doors, the way they hit that door, if they hit these doors and come anywhere near my staff, and I'm just going to be real honest about it, my thought process was, we bang into the end. I'm not letting them take out my people, and you're not taking me out. We've come too far. So, Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise with a message for our Republican colleagues. On January 6th, I thought about January 3rd, and I thought about how we all raised our right hands up and took an oath. Each and every one of us on this very floor, we swore that we would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Even though that Constitution wasn't written for people who look like me, even that Constitution wasn't written by people who look like me, and even though that Constitution cemented a just nation for people who my team and I got to work, and we unveiled legislation to investigate and expel those who were responsible for inciting this attack so that we could defend it. Because we have a duty to fight for a more perfect union. Because we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this. Because if we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this moment as representatives, then why did you run for office in the first place? No matter what district you represent, no matter where you live, no matter Democrat or Republican, you represent a district that is on average about 700,000 people, meaning you have to resent those who love you, those who despise you, those who voted for you, those who swear they'll never cast a vote for you, people who talk like you and people who don't look like you. Building better communities, building better lives, building a better society. It's not a Democratic or Republican issue. We can't build a better society if members are too scared to stand up and act to reject the white supremacist attack that happened right before our eyes. How can we trust that you will address the suffering that white supremacy causes on a day-to-day basis in the shadows if you can't even address the white supremacy that happens right in front of you in your house? Does your silence speak to your agreement? Is the question. In St. Louis, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately hospitalizing and killing black and brown people. Well, I've lived that. We have people dying from gun violence, a crisis that stems from decades of economic disinvestment and disruption from an over-reliance on policing that this very chamber has continually voted to endorse. I've cried those tears. You don't know what that's like. So I ask you today, take a moment to think about what it's like to live what we live through. If you cannot do what's right in the face of blatant, heinous, vile, white supremacist attack like the one we just saw, how will you do right by the black and brown people you represent who just want to know that our children will have safety, that our children will have life, and that they will have shelter? Because you represent us too. So on January 3rd, we stood together and swore our oath to office to the Constitution. We swore to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, it was attacked by a domestic enemy called white supremacy, and we must stand together now, today, to uphold that oath and hold every single person who helped incite it accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
Missouri Congressmember Cori Bush, and we'll run the impeachment live at democracynow.org. Check us out there starting tomorrow. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for joining us. House impeachment matters, however, insist that Trump encouraged the angry mob that attacked the U.S. Capitol and should be barred from ever holding public office again. More than 32 million Americans have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. But a new report from the Kaiser Family Foundation shows that less than a third of them are age 65 and older. More from Will Stone.
More than half of states have opened up the vaccine to anyone 65 and older. Not all states have publicly available data on age, but what information does exist shows lots of variability. West Virginia, Florida, North Carolina, and Mississippi have reached the greatest share of their older residents, with anywhere from 29 to 34% of all people 65 years and older vaccinated. In contrast, that number is only 10% in Pennsylvania. In Kansas and Nebraska, it's 15%. The Kaiser report found that in the states with this data, the majority of people vaccinated are not seniors.
I got it
Across
lit,
the U.S., many
and I
older
went dead.
Americans still face challenges signing up or finding available doses.
You got it right.
NPR News,
You gotta wait till the sun comes up.
Alabama U.S. Senator Richard Shelby says he's retiring from his seat next year. As NPR's Claudia Grisales reports, Shelby is currently the top Republican on the Appropriations Committee. There was speculation the 86-year-old Shelby may leave his seat after more than 3 decades in the Senate. He was first elected to the Senate as a Democrat in 1986 after serving 4 years in the House and 8 years in the Alabama state legislature. Shelby switched parties in 1994. He's chaired 4 powerful committees in the Senate: Appropriations, Rules, Banking, and Intelligence. In announcing his decision not to seek a 7th term next year, Shelby said, quote, "For everything, there is a season." He joins several of his Republican colleagues also planning to leave. Some of those seats are in swing states, but the GOP is hopeful Alabama won't be as competitive. Claudia Grisales, NPR News, Washington. On Wall Street, stocks closed slightly higher today, with the Dow Jones Industrials gaining 237 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index added 131 points. In after-hours trading, U.S. futures are mostly higher, while Asian shares are higher. This is NPR News. In the
Investigators are trying to find the source of an attack on a computer system for the water treatment plant in Pinellas County, Florida. A hacker increased the amount of a potentially harmful chemical that's used to treat the water supply for the city of Oldsmar, but a plant supervisor intervened. The local officials say remote access to the plant's software system was disabled, and Oldsmar's 15,000 residents were not at risk. The city of Boise, Idaho has agreed to stop ticketing homeless people for sleeping in public. NPR's Kirk Siegler reports on a court settlement that has implications across the West Coast.
More than a year ago, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear the city's appeal in a case challenging whether Boise police could ticket homeless people for camping when there aren't adequate shelter beds available. Now, apparently acknowledging it likely wouldn't prevail in lower courts, Boise is settling the lawsuit and putting more than $1 million toward housing and support services. Eric Tars is legal director at the National Homelessness Law Center.
So the city is going to decrease the number of encampments in Boise permanently by housing people rather than by arresting them for simply trying to survive, which only prolongs their homelessness.
Tars says the settlement shows that Western cities can no longer put police on the front lines of the crisis. Kirk Siegler, NPR News, Boise.
In South Dakota, a judge has thrown out a voter-approved constitutional
How long will
amendment
that take to hit Marysville?
legalize small amounts of marijuana for recreational use. Two law enforcement officers challenged the amendment as being technically flawed. Supporters of the law are expected to file an appeal. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Robert Wood.
Final arguments for Donald Trump's accusers and supporters on charges of inciting insurrection. We get the latest.
Venezuelans become temporary Colombians in huge numbers in a big move for some of the 5 million who fled economic disaster to live illegally in Colombia.
We've a report on a Pakistani film attacked as blasphemous, which could be mentioned for an Oscar.
There's also a look at how data on internet searches might help predict the movements of the pandemic.
And for me, James Gregg, in sports, is day 2 of the COVID-hit Australian Open tennis, plus Premier League and potential problems with the UEFA Champions League. I'll cover it all here on Newsday.
What if people use search bots and water data them?
Live from NPR News, I'm Shay Stevens. The second impeachment trial of Donald Trump is set to begin on Tuesday. Defense attorneys say the proceeding is illegal because the former president's remarks to supporters who attacked the U.S. Capitol last month amounted to free speech. In pretrial arguments, NPR's Kelsey Snell reports that House impeachment managers insist that Trump incited the mob.
They say that evidence against the former president is, as they describe it, overwhelming. And they say what Trump is trying to do is to escape accountability. They also say that, that the arguments that his lawyers are putting up basically don't meet the definition of what is constitutionally protected. They say that they are going to argue that the president should have been held to account for his actions because they happened while he was in office, therefore making him subject to impeachment.
NPR's Kelsey Snell reporting. President Biden says his administration is ahead of its schedule to vaccinate 100 million people against COVID-19 in his first 100 days in office. The CDC says that more than 22 million doses have been given out since Biden took office 3 weeks ago. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development is calling for equitable distribution of COVID vaccines around the world. NPR's Jason Bobian reports that the OECD says getting vaccines to low and middle income countries is key to a global economic recovery.
In a new report, the Economic Group with 37 member countries says some poorer nations may not start mass COVID vaccinations until 2024. The head of the OECD, Jose Angel Gurria, says the lack of a comprehensive plan to get vaccines to low and middle income countries threatens to prolong the pandemic and stall the global economic recovery.
Advanced economies will not recover unless they help developing, at least developed economies out of this crisis.
He says trillions of dollars have been spent on pandemic stimulus packages. Dedicating a tiny fraction of that for global vaccines, Gurria says, would be a solid investment. Jason Bobian, NPR News.
The Senate has confirmed Dennis Mcdonough to lead the Department of Veterans Affairs. NPR's Phil Lawrence has more.
Mcdonough is a political veteran, not a military one. He was President Barack Obama's chief of staff, among many other posts. President Joe Biden's choice of a Washington insider may be a nod toward recent VA secretaries who have failed to navigate the politically charged and bureaucratically staggering job. There have been 9 acting or confirmed secretaries in the past 6 years. VA is the second largest department after the Pentagon. It provides health care for about 9 million veterans, as well as disability and educational benefits. Dennis Mcdonough says his direct access to President Biden and his experience working with Congress will help with issues like the VA's increased use of private health care and the department's handling of the pandemic.
This is NPR. Myanmar's coup leaders are hinting that they might crack down on protesters demanding the new military-led government return power to democratically elected leaders. From neighboring Thailand, Michael Sullivan has the story.
The military has been silent about the demonstrations, which have drawn tens of thousands for nearly a week. That ended Monday with a statement read on state-run MRTV. Democracy can be destroyed if there is no discipline, the statement warned. We will have to take legal action to prevent acts that are violating state stability, public safety, and the rule of law. The coup leader also appeared on TV for the first time since seizing power. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing made no direct reference to the protests, but repeated his claims of voting fraud. In the November general election, Aung San Suu Kyi's National League for Democracy won in a landslide. Suu Kyi was detained by the military on Monday. For NPR News, I'm Michael Sullivan in Chiang Rai.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has pleaded not guilty to corruption charges. Netanyahu was indicted last year for fraud, breach of trust, and accepting bribes in 3 separate cases. His trial resumed on Monday in Jerusalem, only weeks before national elections in which Netanyahu hopes to extend his 12-year rule. Wall Street stocks closed higher Monday, with the Dow Jones Industrials gaining 237 points. The Nasdaq added 131 points, and the S&P 500 rose 28. U.S. futures are mostly higher in after-hours trading. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, committed to bridging science and the arts to develop a common language so that they can better understand and speak to one another.
Been around forever.
Lawrence Ford with you. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up, impeachment in D.C. in just a moment. Then we'll talk about why so many Venezuelans getting a welcome in Colombia, and a bright idea for using data on internet searches to track the pandemic. Also, James Gregg will be here with the sport as well. If you'd like to get in touch with the programme on anything you hear, you can at any point by using this number. Just text myself and Lawrence on +44 77 86 20 50 85. That's Newsday.
And we start in the United States with some idea of where the impeachment trial is going to go. It's Tuesday that it begins. Donald Trump himself, of course, is not appearing. It's over to the lawyers, as so often. And lawyers for the former president say that the storming of Congress was entirely planned without his involvement. That obviously is the key issue. Inciting insurrection is the charge which he is facing in the Senate. Jeff Horwit, Democratic pollster at Hart Research Associates, joins us now, watching this carefully, as indeed many people are with great interest. Jeff, first off, let me just ask, they do seem to have, on the face of it, a bit of a point, don't they, Donald Trump's lawyers, because there's evidence of him saying, I want everyone to behave patriotically and peacefully, and their fundamental point that this was planned long before the speech outside the White House, which he's got in so much trouble for. So how do you think that's going to be rebutted?
Well, Lawrence, I think, what remains to be seen is you never know what could happen in a trial. And many of these senators were witnesses themselves to what happened during the terrorist attack of January 6th. And the trial itself will occur in a crime scene. So there are real institutional and very fresh memories among many of these senators. And what can't be denied is that Donald Trump really laid the foundations for what occurred on January 6th, from even before the election itself happened, spreading seeds of doubt about our democracy and our institutions. And when he lost the election, challenging results, bullying and threatening election officials, and then going on to even the events of the day itself, holding a rally and calling on his supporters to march to the Capitol, which sadly they did, to the loss of six
I mean,
Black lives.
doesn't this all sound a bit, however, like circumstantial evidence? Because, I mean, the clips that they're going to be playing again and again and again is Donald Trump saying, I want you to demonstrate peacefully and I want you to behave like patriots. So he can say, I'm not responsible. How dramatic does the Democratic counterblast have to be? How are they going to try to energize senators to feel that they were a threat, to remind them of what was going on?
Well, I think for every senator, this is a very personal, a personal feeling and sense of where they were and what happened and how they felt. And so I think that part is really for them to remember what happened. And look, this in particular impeachment trial is less of a political process, less about what public opinion is right now. It's more about courage and conscience about the future of the country and for Republicans, their party, and if they want to lead their party or continue to be followers.
Interesting. It becomes an argument over the Constitution once again, doesn't it? With Republicans saying it's unconstitutional to put a retired official on trial, and Democrats fighting back with their own interpretation of precedent and so on. Does the Constitution get referred to too much when it comes like this? Is a document that was written hundreds of years ago still being referred to as if it's holy writ? There's a certain fundamentalism going on, isn't there, in America about its Constitution?
But that's what we go by.
Look, I think there is clear precedent here, both in British common law with British Governor General Hastings, and then here in the States with Secretary of War Belknap. But this is, I agree with you, this is more than that. This is a fundamental question of who we are as a country, and whether as elected officials you want to hold Donald Trump accountable for what took place in the seeds that he sowed, the challenges to our democratic rule of law and free and fair elections.
That's interesting. So you seem to be suggesting that it would be good for the Democrats to make this as big an issue as possible, because obviously what Trump's lawyers are doing is they're making it as precise as possible. They're saying he didn't say this at this point, and this was said by someone else. It seems two very different approaches. Which one do you think is going to cut through to the people?
Well, again, for the people, it's clear there is a majority of Americans who support impeachment of Donald Trump. Now, as you know, the court of opinion right here is in the U.S. Senate, and so
said by the Proud Boys.
As of today,
said by everybody else.
It was hard to get 17 Republican votes, but again, it's never too late for Republicans to have courage and take their party back. But that's where we stand right now. We're Americans support impeachment. Republicans in the Senate, who will be the deciding votes here, are still yet to be determined whether they will stand up and defend democracy.
Do you think people can expect surprises, fireworks, briefly? Is that what you're looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking forward to democracy and the will of the people being respected. And,
that's less exciting than fireworks, though, Jeff. Come on.
well, true, very, very true, Lawrence. But that's my hope. Is that I think that some of these memories, some of the videos that are shown and remind senators of what took place and the real threat that our democracy undertook, and the kind of threat that we would decry in other countries, that we can't allow that to take root in America, and that these senators will stand up.
A lot at stake. Jeff, many thanks indeed. Jeff Horwick, Democratic pollster at Hart Research Associates. Thanks for talking to us, Jeff.
BBC World Service to Colombia now, where hundreds of thousands of undocumented Venezuelans will be given temporary legal status. President Duque has made the announcement after a meeting with the UN's refugee agency chief Filippo Grandi. Millions have fled Venezuela in recent years, with many of them to neighboring Colombia. So just how many undocumented Venezuelans are there, and what changes for them now? A question I put to the journalist Catalina Lobo-Guerrero in Bogota.
The latest estimates are 1,700,000 people. These are like the official figures, but some keep coming in, even though the border has been closed since March of last year, 2020.
And they were fleeing because they couldn't find work at home. They were that desperate.
A couple of reasons. I mean, the economic situation in Venezuela is ruinous, and then you also have political polarization and conflict.
Where are they living? How are they living once they get into Colombia?
They're some of the most vulnerable people right now in Colombia. You find them in most of the big cities, sometimes on the street corners asking for money. Some of them live in shelters, but some, they rent rooms in some of the poorest neighborhoods, whatever rent they can get. Because, see, the thing is, about 900,000 are estimated to have undocumented status. They crossed illegally, so they don't have a proper visa, they don't have work permits, and sometimes that also hinders the possibility of them renting a proper place. So some of them have actually also been living on the streets.
And many of them had to return, have been returning, because things were so dire for them.
Because this is the thing, Colombia has had one of the longest quarantines since the COVID-19 pandemic started. And the government said initially that they were going to find ways to help Venezuelan undocumented migrants. They had 200,000 bags of food and, things that they could give out to help out this dire situation. But 9 out of 10, they don't have a day job. They sell things on the street. And so when the economy here kind of started shutting down, businesses were closing, streets were also closing. And so they started facing hunger, and they were also vulnerable to being targeted by illegal groups. Xenophobia was also on the rise.
Well, the president didn't help, did he? He was criticised back in December when he said Colombia would not vaccinate Venezuelans who'd come into the country illegally, which a lot of people saying clearly doesn't make any sense, because if they're not vaccinated, the problem continues. So tell us about the change he's made.
If you have this kind of rhetoric that is xenophobic, that is anti-migration, that is certainly not going to help the situation in an epidemiological sense, because you need to vaccinate everyone, not just those with a regular visa or passport. So I think he got international pressure. Last weekend, Filippo Grandi, who's the UNHCR commissioner, was down here. And I know that the Vatican also had some people here, and his remarks were just unacceptable.
What change will it make to Venezuelans, how they live now, how they can work?
It's a huge difference, because now they can work here legally, they can pay rent legally, they can have access to healthcare, which is super important. We don't have the greatest healthcare system. On the contrary, it's weak, it's underfunded, but it's important. And I think it's also a pathway for them to integrate better into a society that has been recently shown some alarming signs of xenophobia. But it is a surprising and shocking move that Duque has announced this. He's also presenting it as we're helping out our fellow Venezuelan brothers and sisters, but we need to do something about the Maduro dictatorship next door.
Journalist Catalina Lobo-Calero talking to me from Bogota.
Right, James Craig is here with the sport. James.
Yes, 2 goals from Robert Lewandowski have ended a 32-game unbeaten run of the...
Yeah, all three of the main measures of stock market health in America, the S&P 500, which is fairly broad-based, the NASDAQ, which measures technology companies, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which is, the granddaddy of them all, or grandmother, whichever you want to look at it, they've all closed at record highs. The S&P 500 actually, it was the 6th day in a row that shares rose. That's the first time since August, and in some ways it's a familiar story. There's lots of cash around in the markets at the moment, thanks that people basically want to spend, or rather, let me start that again. There's lots of cash around at the moment. Some Americans have actually done quite well out of the pandemic. They're not driving to work, they're not paying for rail tickets, so they're saving money from commuting because they're working from home. They're not eating out, so they've got cash there. And of course, then there's all these stimulus checks that they've been having, and there are more stimulus checks on the way. Now, banks at the moment will not give you a very good rate of interest on your deposits, so there's nowhere really to put the money except onto the stock market, and that's pushing shares much, much higher and beginning to look like perhaps share prices are getting out of sync with how much profits companies are expect to make. Anyway, here's Dryden Pence of Pence Wealth Management.
There's two groups of people, those that have money and those that don't, and you have a lot of people that have excess cash around, and that's beginning to fuel this, and the expectations of further stimulus is moving cash and liquidity into the market. It kind of becomes crowdsourced investing, if you will, and you're seeing a lot more of that happening than we have had in the past, and I think that's driving this upward momentum.
Dryden Pence of Pence Wealth Management. And of course, Elon Musk sort of has added to the froth too by saying that he's bought more than $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin too.
He certainly has, making headlines all over the world, that's straight. Andrew, for now, thank you. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service.
Now, let's talk about an alternative way for scientists to track the spread of coronavirus. Because if you can track it and you can see where it might be spiking, then it should be easier to tackle it. That's the theory anyway. They try to learn as much as possible about how and where the virus is transmitted and predict. And a new collaboration seeks to help them by using internet search data and matching it to infection spikes. Basically seeing if there's a correlation between the kind of things that people seem to be searching to want to do. Are they going to stay at home? Are they going to go out? And what happens to infection rates soon after. Professor Megan Coffey of New York University's Grossman School of Medicine explained the idea to me.
We wanted to create a barometer of behavior. Basically, it's not just mobility that matters, it's also what activities when we spread COVID. We know this is a disease that spreads indoors. So if you go to a bar, if you go to an indoor church, a gym, these have all been places of super spread. And we wanted to figure out a way to capture that because whenever we make predictive models, they always have these nice, simple curves. They're nice and smooth. But in reality, I've worked in a number of epidemics. They always seesaw. There's this kind of messy up and down. And a lot of that is because we change our behavior. When we're scared, when we're concerned, when we're listening to what the government's been telling us. But then when things seem to be getting better, the surge seems to be over, we start to feel a little safer. We go out, we have more mixing, and then there's more surges. And then we pull back, and it's kind of this dance back and forth.
So give us an idea of the terms that trigger something with you.
We tried to look through for what were things that people wanted to do if lockdowns ended. And people said they wanted to go to the movies, they wanted to go to restaurants, they wanted to go to bars, they wanted to go to gyms. So we started to look for searches where it said directions to a restaurant or closing time of bar. And these were all activities that you had to search for, and then you would actually go and mix with people. And then we also compared that to activities where we said, we're just staying at home. So if you're looking for how to cut your own hair, doing home yoga, trying to make sourdough bread, you're staying at home. And so we tried to make kind of a metric where we compared these mobile activities that involve mixing with people outside your home, and then these activities that are occurring inside your home.
Did you find a correlation, a satisfying correlation between the two?
Yeah, we saw that in most states that when this creeping up and then surge and increased risk behavior was then followed about 10 to 14 days later by increased infections. And that makes sense. We know that when we're out there mixing, it's going to take probably about 10 to 14 days before people start showing up with positive tests, with hospitalizations. And it was something that we started actually back in February looking at this, and then we started to see in May that there was this increase in behavior that was showing up in terms of these searches, in terms of looking for opening hours.
This is really interesting because this is the moment, isn't it, when there's huge controversy in America, and it's America that you're studying.
You do it for an audience that won't see, because, oh man, I finally made it to the thing where I wanted to be able to fabricate right on site for people. With the sun, no grid or nothing.
Correlate the health outcomes from the Google searches
And here I am, you know.
Yeah, we could see patterns in
Got
that.
a little red card there,
Tool. This is a proof of concept. It won't predict entirely a surge that's coming, especially now that we have vaccines and new variants and better masks and more attention to ventilation. But back in May, this was really concerning to us because we were thinking this increase in behavior is just going to repeat what we just saw in March.
Let's move it ahead and kind of look about how this can be used predictively as well, because you've established the correlation there. I mean, one thing that people are warning about a great deal at the moment is vaccine overconfidence, or however you want to put it. So you would be able to track the dangers of people getting the jab and then beginning maybe to engage in things that would actually end up being quite dangerous.
Yeah, we can definitely track the mobility index, but there's definitely going to be more variables here because the vaccine is protected. So it's not going to be the same surge that we saw over the summer where there were no these protections. But sometimes people have a little more confidence after that first jab, and then with the new variants coming in, we may not have the same level of protection.
Coming in, they've been here.
It will be important to watch this. COVID doesn't read any textbooks, and it has been coming up with its own storyline. So I think that this is another tool you can just add how we look at epidemics and how they come at us.
Professor Megan Coffey of New York University's Grossman School of Medicine, crunching the data off the searches.
You say BBC World Service, Lawrence and Claire with you. Now let's tell you about a controversial film that's been banned in Pakistan, but it could make it onto the preliminary shortlist for an Oscar for Best International Feature. That list is out later today. It's the story of an elderly Muslim man in Lahore who becomes ostracized in his community when a video of him dancing at a wedding goes viral. Critics say the film is blasphemous. Tom Brooke has this report.
Circus of Life from Pakistani director Samad Kusat has already won one major festival award. Now it could move closer to Oscar recognition. But the film, set in Lahore, has been banned in Pakistan. One key scene in the film proved controversial: the depiction of an elderly Muslim man dancing at a wedding. As the story unfolds in the film, video of his dancing goes viral. Allegations are made that the movie was blasphemous. Criticism came from a hardline Islamist political party. Director Samad Kusat.
It never got to that point where I could even find out what problems they had. They kept dissecting the trailer over and over again in their social media content, ranging from tweets to YouTube videos and whatnot. And they literally have their own version of what the film is, because we do not disclose the plot point of what does this guy do, what is he caught doing on camera.
The director maintains he still doesn't have the official papers to release his picture in Pakistan. It's a film that certainly agitated its hardline critics, as the BBC's Pakistan correspondent Secunda Kamani explains.
Nothing on the face of it that would be particularly taboo, but this religious group, this hardline group, took offence to it, and their whole focus has been on the issue of blasphemy, campaigning against anyone or any material they deem as being blasphemous. And that's a really serious charge in Pakistan. Legally, it's a serious crime, and even more than that, dozens of people over the years have been killed by vigilantes after being accused of blasphemy. So that's what this film really was up against, even before it had come out, or as they were trying to release it.
Although the filmmaker Samad Kusat didn't set out to make an overtly political film, his picture is a critique, but not one that's heavy-handed. He definitely gave some thought as to how characters were represented.
The stereotype of a bearded guy for the past 2.5 decades has always been of a terrorist rising from Pakistan or groomed in Pakistan. And this was a film where I'm actually not doing that. I'm actually telling the story of a good bearded guy, a good mullah, so to say.
The film definitely comes across as a plea for tolerance and an implied criticism of a society where people can be punished for perceived transgressions. Secunda Kamani.
There was certainly a large section of Pakistani society that does feel frustrated by the moral policing that goes on here, where people are quick to judge others for perceived transgressions that are often not necessarily really, others would say, all that serious. So I think it's certainly an issue that people would relate to. And the controversy around this film, I think, really also speaks to the kind of dilemmas around tolerance in Pakistan and the tolerance for dissent and the tolerance for the religious establishment, so to speak.
The controversy over the film has only served to boost its profile internationally, but it faces very formidable odds in making it onto the preliminary shortlist for an Oscar. If it does, it would be a big morale boost for the film community in Pakistan, and of course, validation for the director.
Tom Brooke with that report, and the preliminary list of Oscars making it onto that shortlist will be out later today, so let's see whether that one makes it. It's News 8 from the BBC World Service with Lawrence and Claire. Coming up, we're going to be taking a look at alcohol prohibition in South Africa, badly hit by the pandemic lockdowns there. We're going to be speaking to someone from the industry who
They're trying to get people under control.
freedom to trade again. We'll bring you
Stop
that next here
a
on News
housewife
Day. Stay with
beating and
us.
shit.
World News is next.
In custody until his trial under a controversial national security law. The legislation removes a presumption that those accused of non-violent crimes in the
They don't
territory
want him
should be
escaping.
given bail. Protests against the military coup last week in Myanmar have continued for the fourth consecutive day, despite a ban on gatherings. Police used water cannon against crowds in the capital Naypyidaw. On Monday, the military threatened to take action against those who harmed public order. A World Health Organization team investigating the origin of the coronavirus pandemic is about to complete a visit to China. The delegation is due to hold a news conference in Wuhan.
Right.
The US Senate is preparing to begin Donald Trump's second impeachment trial. Mr. Trump's lawyers deny that he incited an insurrection. They insist that the trial is unconstitutional. The office of the Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, has described allegations that he offered protection to drug traffickers as lies. He's being investigated in the United States as part of a case against an alleged drug smuggler. The head of the UN Refugee Agency has praised Colombia's decision to grant legal status to nearly 1 million undocumented Venezuelan migrants. The move will allow them to work. Haiti's opposition has named a judge to be interim president as the country's political crisis continues. The opposition argues that President Jovenel Moïse's term has now ended under the constitution. He says he has another year in office. And research suggests that large whales are far more likely to become entangled in fishing gear than previously thought. A study of blue and finned whales in the Gulf of St. Lawrence off Canada indicates that up to 60% had come into contact with fishing ropes and nets. The study was carried out in Scotland. BBC News.
Thank you for the latest update. Hello, welcome. You're listening to Newsday, BBC World Service. Claire Mcdonough and Lawrence Pollard with you. Thanks for joining us. Coming up in this half hour, we head to Mogadishu and hear more about the political stalemate which is holding up an important election. We'll also go to South Africa to hear if the country's alcohol industry is recovering from rolling bans during recent lockdowns. And time once again to shake Djibouti. Get it? Amazing sounds from the musical archives. Apologies for the pun. Stay with us. That's Newsday.
We begin by talking about political limbo in Somalia. The 8th, it's the 9th today, depending where you're listening, but the 8th was the deadline that passed for new elections to select a new president. The deadline has been and gone, and there hasn't been an election. This is partly because of tensions between the regions and the centre being President Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo. Now, his term has ended, but there is no replacement. So who is in charge of Somalia at the moment? We're joined now by Senator Ilyas Ali Hassan, who is an opponent, I suppose, of the president, thinks that he should step down. Senator, welcome to the programme. With the president's term having ended, who should we think of as being in charge in Somalia? Who's there?
I got another year, man. What you talking about?
Thank you for having
Y'all
me.
looking at the wrong calendar.
As you know, it's the constitution defines clearly who should be in charge of the country after the ending of the term of the president. And as the Article 95 of the Constitution says, if the office of the president falls vacant, the Speaker of the Parliament shall act as the acting president.
Right. And what is the Speaker doing? Has the Speaker stepped forward?
Not exactly. We're still working on it, but still
working on step forward.
Doesn't take that role, then we have also proposed that establishing a transitional council.
Right, as an alternative. Now, would that be what Somalia needs? Surely, what everyone is looking for at the moment is the election, a big moment in terms of kind of, the political world proving that change is happening, that developments are happening, that it's going positively. Now, when will there be an election, therefore? Why hasn't there been an election?
I'll put it on you. I don't want that on me.
Everyone is looking, there has to be a solution in order for the country to move forward. And mainly we have been discussing of the implementation of 17 September agreement, which says that election should happen. And also the timelines and everything was written on this agreement, but the president was failed to implement this agreement, and everyone now is looking, of course, a solution how the election can be held.
Now, the United Nations, as I understand it, is suggesting that everyone just agrees that the president should remain for a little while more until new elections happen. Wouldn't that be quite a wise thing to do? That at
No,
least
because dude's gonna be like, see, I told you I got another year.
still be there. That's rather important for the
It's
stability
gonna
of the
turn into
nation,
civil
isn't it?
war. Someone's gonna be like,
Yeah,
I
I agree, but that needs also for political agreement. I mean, constitutionally, the term of the president was ended in February. Yeah, so there has to be a political agreement. Otherwise, the president cannot just be there.
So would you? I mean, but would you go along with the United Nations suggestion, because they've been mediating very hard, lots of shuttle diplomacy back and forth, talking to many different groups, clan leaders, regional leaders, and the centre. Wouldn't it be sensible? Why wouldn't you go along with the United Nations suggestion?
That's one suggestion. We also have a suggestion.
There's a suggestion and we have a constitution.
I mean, it's just suggestion from here and there. So we have our
We
suggestion.
don't want to be in a constitutional crisis,
And
buddy.
maybe if you ask also the former president from my if you ask him also, he may
We're already in
suggest
one
something
right
else.
now where the dude don't want to stay back.
We're looking at
And why would
solution,
we
all
make
of
the guy
us.
stay in longer if
we're
that's the
ready.
issue we already got?
Any political agreement that comes from all the stakeholders.
Right, so what would satisfy you? Would it be satisfactory for Farmajo to stay for a few more weeks, a couple of months maybe, and oversee elections? Because elections are the priority. How do you make them happen?
Of course. No, that absolutely. We don't have problem, with Fromage as a person. What we are saying is only it's the constitution. So his 4 years was ended. Let's discuss for the way forward. It's not either Fromage or the United Nations or us who can alone decide the way forward. So we have to come together and discuss the way forward.
And are those discussions ongoing, briefly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I hope you'll come back and tell us of a result. And best wishes. I hope you get one as well. So is Ilyas Ali Hassan. Many thanks indeed for joining us.
BBC World Service. Let's go to South Africa now, where the country's alcohol industry has been badly hit by the pandemic lockdowns there. With fears over domestic violence and the drain on medical resources from alcohol abuse, authorities instituted rolling bans on alcohol consumption as part of the country's COVID response. Regular sales are now back on, but has the industry recovered going forward? Let's speak to Lucky Temane from South Africa's National Liquor Traders Council. Welcome to Newsday, Lucky. So is it business as usual now? It sounds as if we're trying to reconnect the line there to Lucky. She may have just dropped off. Lucky, can you hear me now? I think we have lost the line to Lucky Temane from South Africa's National Liquor Traders Council. We'll try and reconnect that line and bring you that interview shortly. But for now, let's move on to talk about some discipline, or at least that is what the Kenyan government thinks. The Education Secretary has openly called for corporal punishment to be reintroduced in schools across the country. Now, he says discipline, including caning, is the only way to deal with unruly students. But teachers' unions say they don't want such archaic practices to return. So is physical punishment really coming back to Kenyan schools? That's what Alan Kasuja has been looking at for today's edition of the Africa Daily Podcast.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty of caning, let's get a bit more context. Because this academic year has obviously been different, very different. Kenyan students were sent home from school in March due to coronavirus. They didn't come back.
How many times do you get to hit your kids?
That was at the beginning.
And how hard and who?
And since then, there's been a lot of disruptive
I don't know about
behavior in
that shit.
schools. Here's Dunstan Omari. He's a lawyer and also a former teacher.
A few schools have been touched. Hassan has been in school. There has been unrest in school. Students have attacked teachers in school. There seems to be breakdown of law and order in schools.
But what about the Kenyan government's proposal to bring back corporal punishment? The one Minister George Magoha put forward? Well, Dunstan thinks it goes against the law.
He was only talking to appease the citizens who are worried that there is a lot of unrest in school. Kenya cannot go away from what the best practices. United Nations Convention for the Rights of the Child was enacted in the 80s. Kenya enacted the Children's Act in 2001. So those are the statutory and constitutional provisions banning corporal punishment in schools.
But the thing is, even though corporal punishment is banned, it still happens.
There is widespread usage of corporal punishment away from the limelight of the school of the investigative arms of government. Unless a complaint is lodged, unless somebody walks to the police, there is a conspiracy between the parents, the school, and the students not to complain.
Surely not. We're not naming him, as otherwise he could lose his job.
Right now is not the right time to introduce the caning unless it is introduced spontaneously.
What do you mean?
But for the school that spontaneously, I mean this. Right now, I'm imagining I'm used to caning myself.
Yep, you had that right. He says he canes his students. So let me be very clear at this point, because we are now entering some pretty dangerous waters. You know, we are talking about corporal punishment. It is illegal in Kenya. And if you admit to corporal punishment, you will be admitting to have committed a crime.
I know this is kind of hard talk, whereby I'm just being open what's happening in most of the schools.
You're basically saying to me now that the regulations are in place to say that corporal punishment is illegal in Kenya. It's been criminalized. And some schools are still doing it.
Majority of the schools are doing it.
Tell me what someone who doesn't understand caning or corporal punishment, how do you explain it to them?
Corporal punishment is administering pain using a cane to a learner at the right place. And I think in
what is the right place?
Most of the parts that are administered the caning is at the buttocks.
You know, it's not a laughing matter because it is child abuse essentially. And these things traumatize us. So you have children who are traumatized at home. Some are married early, a 15-year-old who is a mother of twins, and then suddenly they go to a school environment where the trauma continues. How does that sit with you?
I'm a teacher. I've never done it out of anger. I've never done it as a something that creates happiness in me. I've always done it after a mistake that to me deems it requires that corporal punishment. Not any mistake that warrants for that.
I wonder, do you feel as a teacher that the parents are part of the reason why this corporal punishment continues? Do you feel like they encourage teachers to cane their children?
Now, to be honest with you, most of the parents, they don't want to do the caning, but they prefer coming with a girl, coming with a boy, and you do the caning in front of them. But for them, they don't want to do.
Teaching unions would argue that accounts like this are not representative of the teaching profession. The Kenya National Union of Teachers is against corporal punishment, and yet generally, parents seem to be in support of it. The law says otherwise. Here's Dunstan, the lawyer, again.
Most of the parents prefer the students to be, their children to undergo corporal punishment. Though that is an illegality, it does not become legal because parents will want it.
Kasuja, with a bit of a taster of what you can hear more of with the Africa Daily podcast. So go and find that wherever you get your podcasts. The team did actually request an interview with Kenya's Education Secretary to hear more about the proposal and the views for more caning in Kenyan schools, or let's just say caning in Kenyan schools, but he was not available, we were told. This this is Newsday from the BBC World Service. Top story from the BBC Newsroom, one we're going to be talking about on this show in about 20 minutes' time. Top court in Hong Kong has denied bail to the media tycoon Jimmy Lai, most prominent figure to be charged under the national security law imposed by Beijing. And there are further demonstrations against the coup in Myanmar taking place in defiance of the military leaders. James Craig has the sport. Hey, James.
So yesterday, we started at 47 amps, so it looks like we made 56 amps yesterday. Start this morning off with 103 amps. 729. Batteries are kind of low. I don't get to using the plasma reactor. 8 o'clock, we're making 4 amps.
The historic second impeachment trial of Donald Trump begins
The
today
controllers and
for
stuff are at the
inciting
shop,
the
or at
deadly
the
January
post office. Gotta go down and get 'em.
insurrection at the U.S. Capitol.
Since we
We'll
got
get
up,
the latest.
I
Then,
want it.
where's the vaccine for ableism? We'll speak to 2 disability rights activists about growing calls to prioritize
that's the best defense against the
mutating it.
evolution of variants.
Fauci rejected a call by one of President Biden's coronavirus advisors to delay the second dose of two-dose vaccinations in order to get more people partially vaccinated sooner. Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the U.S. is considering a plan that would require all U.S. domestic airline passengers show a negative coronavirus test result before boarding flights. Buttigieg himself went into quarantine Monday after he reported close contact with a security guard who tested positive for coronavirus. Texas Republican Congressmember Ron Wright has died of complications from COVID-19 and children, despite President Biden's vow to halt deportations for 100 days.
We are calling on President Biden to stop the deportation of Haitians.
The Senate has confirmed President Biden's pick to head the Department of Veterans Affairs. Dennis Mcdonough is just the second non-veteran to lead the VA. He previously served as President Barack Obama's chief of staff and as deputy national security advisor. In immigration news, the Biden administration is reviewing the deportations of veterans and their families that took place under Trump. The White House said in a statement, quote, the administration's immigration enforcement will focus on those who are national security and public safety threats, not military families, service members, or veterans, unquote. Immigrant justice advocates have long warned these guidelines continue to criminalize undocumented people and asylum seekers and continue to give ICE wide prosecutorial discretion on who gets deported. This comes as activists are denouncing the ongoing mass deportations of Haitian asylum seekers. The Biden administration had temporarily suspended removal flights to Haiti Friday. On Monday, The Guardian reports over 70 Haitian asylum seekers were deported, including more than 20 babies and children. Advocate and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, Guerline Joseph, tweeted, quote, we didn't vote and made all the sacrifices to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris so they can continue Trump's draconian, cruel, evil, and inhumane practices. Guerline Joseph will join us for more on the fight against these deportations later in the broadcast. In Colombia, President Ivan Duque announced Monday Venezuelan asylum seekers will be given protected status for up to 10 years. The policy is likely to benefit some 1 million undocumented Venezuelans, granting them permission to work and access to social services. In New York, Reuters reports a recent federal court filing has confirmed right-wing Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez is being investigated by U.S. authorities for his possible involvement in drug trafficking. Federal prosecutors accuse Hernandez of using law enforcement and the military to protect drug traffickers. Hernandez reportedly accepted millions of dollars in exchange, promising traffickers they wouldn't be prosecuted or extradited to the U.S. He has remained a key U.S. ally despite long-standing accusations of corruption, human rights abuses, and involvement with drug cartels. In Mexico, authorities have identified the remains of 9 other victims, all Guatemalan, who were among 19 people killed in a massacre in the northern state of Tamaulipas. Of the 16 victims identified so far, 2 were Mexican and 14 Guatemalan. The 19 bodies were found shot and charred in a town near the U.S.-Mexico border in January. A dozen Mexican state police were arrested last week for their possible involvement in the massacre. And in Chicago, the former president of the 16 victims identified so far, 2 were Mexican and 14 Guatemalan. The 19 bodies were found shot and charred in a town near the U.S.-Mexico border in January. A dozen Mexican state police were arrested last week for their possible involvement in the massacre. And in Chicago, the former president of the Chicago Teachers Union, Karen Lewis, has died. She was 67 years old. Karen Lewis had been battling brain cancer since 2014. She stepped down from her position at CTU due to her health 4 years later. This is Karen Lewis in a 2010 interview with Democracy Now!
I don't think anybody will argue with that. That the system is broken. It has not basically changed since the 1900s. 1800s for that matter, and as a result, it has never been able to absorb real innovation. And the problem is, it's just a lot easier to test children. Our curriculum has narrowed in Chicago. If you look at the average day for an elementary school kid, it's reading, math. Reading, math. I mean, kids are bored to tears. They're hating school at an early age. There's no joy, there's no passion, and the results show that.
Karen Lewis's death comes as some 25,000 members of the Chicago Teachers Union vote today on whether to approve a plan to return to in-person learning during the pandemic. Union members have been on the cusp of striking over coronavirus safety concerns. To see interviews with Karen Lewis, you can go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by my co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, history's being made today. The second impeachment trial of a U.S. president, of former President Donald Trump, begins today in the Senate. Since the founding of the United States, the Senate has conducted just 3 other presidential impeachment trials. Andrew Johnson in 1868, Bill Clinton in 1999, and Donald Trump last year in 2020. Trump is the first president to face an impeachment trial after leaving office. The House impeached Trump a week before his term ended for inciting the deadly insurrection in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, which was aimed at stopping lawmakers from certifying the Electoral College votes. Trump's defense team claimed it's unconstitutional to try a former president, but the argument's been rejected by many constitutional law experts, including the prominent conservative lawyer Charles Cooper. In a piece in the Wall Street Journal, Cooper wrote, "It defies logic to suggest that the Senate is prohibited from trying and convicting former office holders," unquote. Trump's defense team also claims the former president did not, quote, direct anyone to commit unlawful actions. Well, on Monday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer defended the impeachment process. You're not directing, but you're inciting. That's the thing.
The president cannot simply resign to avoid accountability for an impeachable offense, nor can they escape judgment by waiting until their final few weeks in office to betray our country. The impeachment powers assigned to the Congress by the Constitution cannot be defeated by a president who decides to run away or trashes our democracy on the way out the door. Ultimately, senators will decide on the one true question at stake in this trial.
Can we get you?
Is Donald Trump guilty of inciting a violent mob against the United States? A mob whose purpose was to interfere with the constitutional process of counting electoral votes and ensuring a peaceful transfer of power.
The Senate impeachment trial will begin today at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live streaming the trial gavel to gavel at democracynow.org for the next week or as long as it takes. Today's session will focus on the constitutionality and the Senate trying a former president. Then, beginning Wednesday, House impeachment managers and Trump's defense lawyers will each be given 16 hours over 2 days to make their arguments. The trial could end
the same video clip for 16 hours straight, bitches. Come on.
Will be called. We're joined now by Alan Hirsch, chair of the Justice and Law Studies program at Williams College in Massachusetts. He's also author of several books, including A Short History of Presidential Election Crises and How to Prevent the Next One, and Impeaching the President, Past, Present, and Future. Professor Hirsch, it's great to have you with us. What stands out about this historic impeachment trial that begins today?
Well, Amy, as you said, today's going to be devoted to the question of whether the Senate even has the authority to conduct the trial.
I'm like, dude already got impeached. Fuck was he still doing in office? Do the shit that he did when on his way out.
51 senators say it has jurisdiction.
I didn't be done, my motherfuckers removed from office again.
It will reach the merits starting tomorrow. However, unless a two-thirds majority, 67, find that they have jurisdiction, there is no chance of Trump being convicted. So we have a situation where if 35 Republican senators or more claim that the Senate lacks jurisdiction, the trial will go on, but it will be Alice in Wonderland. Verdict first, trial later. So it's really crucial what happens in the next day.
And, well, Professor Hirsch, what about this issue of whether the Senate can legally try a president after leaving office? What's your reading of the law?
I am with the overwhelming majority of scholars who believe that, of course, the Senate can conduct this trial. That otherwise you would be giving the president a get-out-of-impeachment-free card at the end of his administration. He can do whatever he wanted, including the kinds of things President Trump did,
and more.
And then simply resign the office or run out the clock.
Right.
The Senate would have no authority to do anything, and he could run for office again. That just
do it
seems
over and over and over again.
policy and common sense.
That makes
the
no
other thing
sense.
I would emphasize, people
But hey,
on the other
we're in America.
side say, how can you impeach a president who isn't even in office? The truth is, he was impeached when he was in office. So now the only question is whether you can conduct a trial of a president who has been impeached while he was in office. I think you might be able to make a colorable argument that when the president is out of office, he's not subject to impeachment. I don't think it's a strong argument, but one can imagine it. But the argument that a president who has already been impeached can leave through resignation or his term ending and then not be subject to these legal processes and then be free to run again really makes very little sense to me.
That's why I'm like, what would you guys impeach him the first time for if you stayed in office? I thought you've been cheating. We finally got you.
Right, so a couple of things.
Like
Amy
fucking,
mentioned that there have been 3 impeachment trials.
my probation officer
The
said,
only one in which
you
there
know,
were live witnesses were the
we got you
Andrew
this
Johnson
time.
trial. Now, for it to be a real fact-finding body,
did you
you
bitch?
really do need witnesses.
Really got me? That's why I'm sitting there
Having
stirring
said
motherfucking
that,
cocoa on my
if you
property with my
just
wife.
read the House
You
manager's
got me, huh?
brief, and I recommend
With
that
your
your
fake-ass drug
listeners and
test.
viewers do, because
The
it
nigga never
really is a
took.
terrific, thorough
On a
piece
fucking
of
day I
work.
never even came in on.
You will see that the Trump team is going to have an extraordinarily difficult time defending, particularly
You keep your own word with a signed contract that you have me sign. The fucking lawyer said wasn't even a thing. I'm like, dude, we gotta type this shit up myself and photocopy it to give it to you motherfuckers. Well, where's their signature? I don't know, nigga, she had me sign it. It's probation paperwork right here. You're telling me this is fake? Take this to the fucking court, you idiot. And see. I had testings on Monday, dumb motherfucker. They said I took this test on Thursday, nigga. Go get the fucking probation paperwork where I signed the paper for that day's testing. Because I had to sign 2 pieces of paper, motherfucker. You don't want to do that? Are you fucking retarded or what? Are you working for me, nigga? What the fuck are you doing? It's not that hard.
going to be a case of trying to defend the indefensible. But having said that,
Oh, they're dropping that. Well, what the fuck did I get arrested for? How am I still in jail? If they're dropping a fake piss test that I never took, they dropped that. What am I in here for still? And how the fuck did they just do that? Oh, we did this on the whim. We arrested you on a warrant for a dirty piss test. That never happened. But you're still in jail after we dropped the shit.
We won't see
That is holding
doing
for a
nothing
little longer
after
more.
the Capitol
What the
is
fuck?
You had
restored.
nothing
We won't
to
see
do in your life.
conversations
What
in
the
which
fuck?
he says, let's let it go for a
You guys
while,
ain't even
kind of
send me this
deal
shit in the
with
mail saying I had a warrant, nigga. What the
I
fuck?
know, huh?
That's what happened.
What the fuck?
That's
And
the
that's where I
creepy
believe
thing.
witnesses would be
What's
most
going on?
important.
I fuck up and send paperwork in a rebuttal. It don't work like that because you didn't do it properly. You motherfuckers are professionals.
Yeah, I know.
You guys are supposedly professionals. Sucking my ass dry of fucking cash from tax money, payer money. You had to hire a lawyer against me. I did the shit myself, and you guys still fucked up and didn't do the paperwork right. And you fucked me over in the ass in the end. Did you state, well, you accept it? I didn't accept shit, bitch. Fucking judge asked me, do you accept this? No, lady. This shit came to me. This shit came to me past the due date of the motherfucking time that they have legality of sending me a notification to state that you have noticed that this is supposed to be done. They did that within the 2-week motherfucking legality. No, lady, we're supposed to have another court date. First thing out of my mouth, no, I don't accept this. Would you like to give a memo on it? Yeah. But the first thing I said was, no, I don't accept this piece of paper they sent to me while we're in here. I don't accept this. This is illegal. You can't send me a piece of paper saying that this is going on fucking 3 days before the court. It's supposed to give me 14 days. Legality.
He called them patriots and
It's
said,
crazy.
I love you.
Mm-hmm.
am in heated agreement, and as I said, I think that is the most
You don't throw your shit
vulnerable
out.
aspect of his behavior.
Fucking block it.
I would also
Yes.
add, you mentioned that there will be
Trampling your
arguments
rights,
that
your
there's not a direct
spiritual and
link
religious
between
freedoms.
his words and the
And
mob's
I
actions.
acknowledge that you were
Even
supposed
if
to be
that
off
was
probation,
true,
but
and
I'm
that's
gonna fucking
debatable,
keep stating
this
the
is
wrong
not a criminal
day.
No one has
That
to
they
prove
came into
beyond
your
a
house and
reasonable
took your
doubt
shit.
that he had the state of mind to incite the mob or anything like that. This is an impeachment. This is a
I'll
judgment
grab the
about
money that
whether
we
this
got and
president
fucking
is
go to
unfit
money and
for
be like, dude,
office
do you got
based on
fucking
having
time to
committed
review this
improper
shit?
offenses
Because
against
even the person
society
that presented
itself.
for
As
yourself
Alexander Hamilton put it in the Federalist Papers.
fuck shit up
And I
because he
personally
took
think
the
it is very difficult
unsatisfactory
to defend the
terminated
president's
shit when that's not
as
what you
not
wanted.
rising to the level
So
of
he's
an
like, can you
impeachable
fucking
offense.
take a look at this and do something? Because
Professor Hirsch, what
I know
about
Mike said it's all said and done, but I don't think it's all set. Like, you can still fucking have it to where in the future, God forbid, 30 years from now, that shit don't still look the fucking same, you know? Like, if not, it's the story of your life. It's like a fucking snowball over snowball over snowball, and then it turns into a fucking avalanche, and then it's like nobody wants to hear it. Yeah, because nobody has a fucking time machine, and that's true. Nobody has a fucking time machine.
That's why I'm
but
so
with
tired
enough
of hearing
money, you can, but there is. It's not about the time machine. It's being done at the time that it has to be fucking done. If you oversee, yeah, it turns into a time machine because it's a whole construct of a parallel reality that is unmatchable. But if you don't sleep on shit and you correct the mistakes as they go, you don't need a time machine.
I mean, we was right there as they went saying. I'm right there saying stuff. You tried to talk to the judge, and the judge said, "Bitch, I ain't talking to you."
Even if it doesn't formally do so.
No, because I'm like, dude, everything that you guys just said,
Is
is
the wrong-
anybody hearing?
is
Because
the
everything
wrong
you
date.
just said, you went by the whole wrong dates. Can I have the minutes of that? Can you compare that with the truth? When did probation show up at the Mount House in fucking May? April, May, whatever the fuck you're trying to say. Tell me when and where did your judgment went by that? Because then he told...
I shouldn't be sitting here free because you went by my judgment that I submitted to the court. And said, "Oh my God, dude, I'm sorry. I wish I could give you your life back. Well, bitch, give me my weed back. That's all I ask."
And if you're gonna tell me you can give me my life, you can give me my life back, but don't rule me unsatisfactory terminated when I should have been done. Right? It's just...
As I asked.
It's just bullshit.
Because now I have that murder fucking charge on the police officer on me.
The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As the U.S. death toll from COVID-19 tops 465,000, we look now at the devastating impact the pandemic has had on the disabled.
6.6.
Many states have failed to prioritize giving vaccines to people with serious physical or developmental disabilities.
Doing like
Even
America
though
likes to
studies
do.
have shown
Eugenics.
disabled people are 2 to 3 times more
Really give it to
likely
the old.
die from COVID.
Fuck the young. Give it to the
California's
old.
faced
And
intense
disabled.
criticism
Well,
for
you're
recently
disabled.
switching to a largely age-based
You understand?
vaccine rollout, leaving out many younger
It's the
disabled
old
residents with
eugenics
serious
program.
medical
Come on, wake up, people.
There's also confusion in many states
How is there
over
confusion?
what medical conditions qualify for prioritized access to vaccines. On the international front, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, recently appeared on Al Jazeera and spoke out about the pandemic's impact on the disabled.
We know that people living with disabilities, usually they had already unequal conditions, and they are discriminated, and that makes them more likely to be exposed to the virus and less likely to be treated. As you know, in many countries, the biggest amount of people who have died of COVID-19 is people living with disabilities.
We're joined now by 2 guests. Joining us from Oakland, California is Rabbi Elliot Kukla, who offers spiritual care to those who are ill, dying, or bereaved at the Bay Area Jewish Healing Center in San Francisco. He's a disability rights activist working on a book about being chronically ill in a time of planetary crisis. His recent New York Times op-ed was headlined, "Where's the Vaccine for Ableism?" Rabbi Kukla is also the first openly transgender person to be ordained by the Reformed Jewish Seminary Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion in Los Angeles.
Oh.
And in San Francisco, we are joined by Alice Wong, founder of the Disability Visibility Project, an online community dedicated to creating, sharing, and amplifying disability media and culture. Alice Wong is also the host of the podcast Disability Visibility and the editor of the new book, Disability Visibility, First-Person Stories from the 21st Century, an anthology of essays by people who have disabilities. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Alice Wong, let's begin with you. I mean, you use an electric wheelchair, you are on a ventilator, but you are not prioritized in California for getting the vaccine?
Fuck no.
Yes, I thought. Just to explain to people a little bit of what the structure is like in California.
Neither is my mother.
Thoroughly vaccinated people in phase 1A and 1B, which includes healthcare workers,
It's like my mom.
healthcare residents,
That's all my mom told the people, fuck you, dude, I'd rather die at my house.
and essential workers from several sectors. Now, that stuff was phase 1C, and that included people under 65.
We're the biggest state in the United States, population-wise. You can see the most disparity of disability against disability people.
So I was supposed to be in phase 1C. And the governor on January 25th announced that he was moving to an age-based system. After phases 1 and B are completed with
That's where's most of the hospitals at and shit for disabled people and crippled children and shit like that. On the coast.
I created a hashtag called high-risk because I really think people don't understand that young high-risk people exist. And that when we think about high risk, we often think about older people, people who are in long-term care facilities.
It's like Brother Luke.
But there are a lot of people with disabilities, and who are people who are chronically ill, underweight people, immunocompromised people who are in all age groups. And people need to understand the disastrous impact of this change. And to use the hashtag so that we can mobilize and also hold space for one another because, the bleep is bleeping real.
And Alice Wong, there are some states such as Oregon that include people with intellectual and developmental disabilities of all ages. The vaccine rollout. Can you talk about what's the differences in some states and which states you think are doing a better job?
Well, I think some states are doing a little bit better job, but the question is, a list. New York recently, there's going to be, some people with disabilities. But there's a lot of questions as to who do they define as high risk.
And disabled.
A lot of states are relying on the CDC's list. And, the CDC's list of conditions for groups that are at high risk for COVID-19 is not comprehensive, nor was it even meant to be anything definitive. It leaves out a lot of people with disabilities, and states are using this for their eligibility criteria.
It's turning into Hunger Games.
States are also increasing and adding specific disabilities as well. So this leaves a lot of people out, especially people with rare or
where does
undiagnosed diseases.
Where does Kyle fit in?
For people who want to read board, there's
people like that, you know?
a really excellent article published a few days ago by Liz Bowen.
Keep going to wait, or does Kyle have to wait another year? My baby had to wait till he's almost 13 to get a vaccine.
Because, disabled people are incredibly heterogeneous, and not everybody has a diagnosis. Not everybody has access to care or a primary care doctor. And
glue, honey.
a lot of these that are prioritizing disabled people, they have to actually provide proof and verification.
Right, that they're disabled.
And that kind of gatekeeping is another barrier.
It's fucking, what? They're proving I'm disabled?
I'd like to bring
You
Rabbi
shit?
Elliot Kukla into the conversation. Rabbi, you've suggested that from the outset, disabled people have been marginalized in response to the pandemic. Could you explain what you see is happening, and also especially what is happening to those who are disabled in long-term care facilities?
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. A lot of my work is serving people in long-term care in all sorts of different facilities. Really from the beginning of the pandemic, the messaging was, don't worry. The only people who will die or become seriously sick are elders and disabled people and people of higher weight. So in other words, we're really no big loss. Anyone who is less disposable will be fine, so you shouldn't worry. Was really the kind of, pretty much across the board was the messaging at the beginning of the pandemic. And that understanding has really led the
Black, you're
response to
fat,
the
you're
pandemic,
Hispanic,
this feeling of
overweight.
being disposable.
That's alright, go out and play.
Even from the very beginning, before there were even medical shortages, there was a threat of medical rationing to elders and people with disabilities. And the pandemic has really, the center has been long-term care. More than a third of COVID deaths have happened in nursing homes, which has been something that nursing homes felt like an inevitability to me from the way things were playing out from the beginning, and really unbearable to watch play out. And a lot of that has to do with so many systemic injustices coming together in this one location, from lack of government oversight to poor infection control, to the fact that long-term care in its very structure
makes you die.
Is kind of a pandemic waiting to happen. It's set up in such a way that because of
points everywhere.
Less and less public funding and more need to worry about profits. Most long-term
Never let
care
your family member go to one of them motherfuckers.
depend on a not very well paid
If you love them.
staff, largely of people of color who are exposed to some of the biggest health risks in society. As we've seen, most of the people who staff nursing homes often don't have adequate sick leave, are often working multiple jobs to make ends meet, and are in a situation with high turnaround, are often living at home with people who are also in high-risk jobs, and people who are essentially exposed to some of the highest health risks in society due to racism and poverty, are in this role of caring up close to the most high-risk people, which is really a position that makes both the staff and the residents, really by design, by the very structure of these institutions in society, disposable, makes both parties disposable. And that's really systems that are very large, very, very deep ageism and ableism and racism, that's deep within the structure of how we think about those things in society, and sizism.
I'd like to turn to the new Democratic Congress member from New York, Mondaire Jones, speaking on the House floor last week.
Now millions of Americans are out of work. And we must remember that it's people with disabilities, people of color, and especially women of color, who have been the hardest hit. As members of Congress, we must do all we can to ensure everyone, and I do mean everyone, can live in dignity. That's why I support the National Apprenticeship Act of 2021, which will create 1 million new apprenticeships. This bill includes the Apprenticeships Access for All Act, which I am proud to have co-authored with my colleague, Congresswoman Alma Adams. This legislation will help remove racist and ableist barriers to employment from our national apprenticeship system, because everyone deserves a good-paying job, no matter your race or your ability.
So that's Congressmember Mondaire Jones of New York. Alice Wong, if you could respond to this, and also if you could take us through your attempt to get a vaccine.
Yeah, I'm just so delighted that, the representative just talked about ableism and just named it for what it is. I think a lot of people in the public do not know what ableism is, and if they hear about it, they actually deny that it exists. They just, I've been told by a lot of
But ass motherfuckers in Marysville. Where's all the disabled people at?
You have a parking spot, you have all these things, you have the ADA, you guys have a lot of perks.
Where's the disabled kids?
You don't really understand.
Where's the babies at playing together?
Ableism is systemic. It is really bound up with hypertribalism and white supremacy. And they're really delighted to see more people, especially our elected officials, calling this out and talking about it at the same kind of breath with racism. And for me,
Cops really be on that shit, though. Shit be crazy. They be on a motherfucking disabled homeless person's ass, like, fucking, wow.
I have a neuromuscular disability, and I use a ventilator to breathe, and I have respiratory failure, as related with my disability. It just means that if I get the virus, I will not survive. Like that is
Don't say that, baby. My mama did.
So I have done
You never know.
everything within my power
You
to
never know,
stay
honey.
safe. But again,
You never know.
with so many people, there's only so much you can do. I have not left my house since March of last year until now, except one time only in October to get the flu shots. And I'm not alone in this. There's so many people in this country and everywhere that are living and biding their time and just trying to hang on. So, when I was in phase 1C, I thought, okay, I could just hang on. I know supply is an issue. I know the rollout has been really shaky. And that was great in California. But at least I prioritized. I'm just alive. But then, the government made a decision. Phase 1C is completely wiped off of the state's websites, their state vaccination plan, and it's basically a betrayal. Betrayal by the states to people in phase 1C who were told to be patient and to wait our turn. So I called around, I asked my pharmacist, they don't even have access to the vaccine yet. I'm doing a lot of this kind of conversations with people I know. I talk to my doctor. But, there is really no clear idea when I might have access. And I want to also highlight that's something that Elliot said in terms of long-term care workers. There are people like me, people with disabilities, living in the community that have attendants that work with them, that help us with our daily needs. This is another layer of risk on top of our disabilities because it is impossible to social distance. I rely on people to help me get up every day. I am in close contact with them. There's absolutely no way to social distance, and there's a lot of people who this workforce is absolutely essential, and they, in San Francisco at least, are getting access to the vaccine. My 2 attendants, who are my family members, got vaccinated, but yet I am not. And that to me is not equity, and that to me is not justice.
I I'd like to ask Rabbi Kukla, you've noted that although disabled people are a prioritized group in most current vaccine distributions, that, quote, we often end up at the back of that line, even though we are 3 times more likely to have chronic conditions that put us at higher risk of dying of COVID-19. From your perspective, how does that happen? How do disabled people end up being pushed to the back of the line?
I mean, I think it's basically ableism. I think there's basically, since the beginning of this pandemic, it's been clear that disabled lives simply don't matter as much. You know, this double message, or maybe it's not a double message, maybe it's a simple message, that although disabled people have been threatened with medical rationing since the beginning, that although we are considered so high risk that potentially we can't get medical care if we do get COVID because we might not be savable. At the same time, we're being told that we need to wait for a vaccine, which really is communicating a lack of prioritizing our lives. If we're so high risk, we can't get medical care, but at the same time, we are being told that we are not getting a vaccine right away. That double message or singular message is one of value. And that has really continued throughout the pandemic. It hasn't felt so much like hard decisions are being made in terms of weighing, hard decisions, and sometimes disabled people end up at the bottom, so much as disabled people have been easy to expend with since the beginning of the pandemic in all sorts of places, like when it has come to medical rationing, when it's come to vaccines, and when it's come to the sort of public health messaging that we don't need to worry as much, since disabled people, elders, higher weight people will be the ones to carry the brunt of this virus.
You are expendable. He came out with the quiche talk and said, I sacrifice you bitches. Basically.
Recently, the governor
But didn't
expanded
say it
the
like
list
that.
of people who are
Even though Quiche stated
prioritized,
it like
actually
that.
enumerating
I sacrifice you. I don't know if I was going to say
issues
what?
that people face.
Sacrifice
For
who?
example,
You sacrifice me?
cancer, current or in remission, including 9/11 related
Oh, yeah, let me
cancers,
drink the
chronic
Kool-Aid.
kidney disease, pulmonary disease,
Sacrifice,
including
yeah.
but not limited to
sacrifice.
COPD, asthma, pulmonary fibrosis, cystic fibrosis, 9/11 related pulmonary diseases, intellectual and developmental disabilities, including Down syndrome, heart conditions, including but not limited to heart failure, coronary artery disease, cardiomyopathies or hypertension, immunocompromised state, weakened immune system, including but not limited to solid organ transplant or from blood or bone marrow transplant, immune deficiencies, HIV, use of corticosteroids, and it goes on from there. It's very specific. But even as I'm reading this, I'm wondering, how do people know this? And how do people even get to vaccine sites? Like, you haven't left home, you said, but for a flu shot once since last March. So you've almost been at home for a year. Would you fall into a category in a different state where in California you just cannot get to the front of the line?
I think this is really the real question, right? This is another question of ableism, in the sense of why do disabled people, have to prove or identify or document their disability in order to be prioritized? I understand the need to do that, and the need to kind of handle this, but it really leaves out a lot of people who are just as high risk as I am. And I think that's the real question, is the people who are in power. And I think earlier when Elliot was talking about ableism, I think sometimes it's about also a question of power and a question of political representation. Who in the abusive administration, major decision makers are part of the disability community. This is something that is something that really weighs on my mind because we're often seen as expendable and disposable because we're just not seen as part of their world or just somebody that is respected just by being themselves. So this is one of the things that's so difficult, is the fact that each state and even each county is left to kind of have their own kind of list. And I think this kind of disparity is really unfair and just troubles me greatly because I want all of us to live, and I want to live. I want all of us to live. And I think we shouldn't have additional hurdles to just get through the door to say we're high risk.
Well, I want to thank you so much for taking this time. Alice Wong is a disability rights activist. She is with the Disability Visibility Project, host of the podcast Disability Visibility, editor of the new book, Disability Visibility, First-Person Stories from the 21st Century, an anthology of essays. She's speaking through a ventilator and uses an electric wheelchair. We also want to thank Rabbi Elliot Kukla, who offers spiritual care to the ill or dying at various centers, including the Bay Area Jewish Healing Center. He is also chronically ill and a disability activist. We will link to his piece in the New York Times, Where's the Vaccine for Ableism? This is Democracy Now! When we come back, most people heard President Biden say that there was a moratorium on deportations, on most deportations. So how is it possible that in the last few days, more than 70 people, more than 20 of them infants and children, were deported to Haiti? Stay with us. Rise up with the move. Babies
and I was just asking Gabriel Isla's full name for the allergy skin, and I was like, is Isla's full name Isla? I said Isla Mae Higgins, and she's like, where did you get the last name Higgins from? And I'm like, Todd, that's his Facebook. And she's like, no, it's not his Facebook. So I did, and she just sent me random pictures to somebody, and she's like,
oh my God, burn out, dude.
U.S.-backed regime. They've been going on for months, these protests. Their push came after hundreds were deported within Biden's first days in office, mostly from Haiti and African countries, including a man named Paul Piralus, who was deported to Haiti. New York Congressmember Mondaire Jones had previously worked to successfully stop his deportation by the Trump administration before Biden was sworn in. But last Tuesday, Mondaire Jones tweeted, quote, "At 3 a.m., my staff woke up to an urgent call. Suddenly, in the dead of night, ICE was set to deport Rockland County's beloved Paul Piralus to Haiti, a country he has never been to," unquote. Monday's deportations to Haiti came after ICE had just suspended deportation flights to Haiti on Friday, following pressure from immigrant justice advocates, including our next guest, Guerline Joseph, co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance, an immigrant support group. She's joining us from Orange County, California, not far from the border. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Guerline. Can you explain what just happened? How does a 2-month-old, number of babies, and overall more than 70 people get deported to Haiti after the moratorium of Biden is put into effect? Is ICE just gone rogue, or is this part of a Biden-Harris plan?
Good morning, Amy. Thank you for having us. Actually, we are all in disbelief of what we are witnessing right now in this United States of ours, to see how we continue to witness the same draconian, the same cruel and inhumane practice that President Trump left behind. Yesterday, as you mentioned, there were 2 deportation flights to Haiti. Unfortunately, the first one carrying about 72 people. Out of those 72 people included 22 children, and we saw as young as 2 months old. And we are looking at children 2 months, 10 years old. They are right in the middle of development stage where we should be providing protection for those people, but we see we are sending them into a burning house. Literally, there's a house burning, and we are sending pregnant women and children into those burning houses.
And Gerlene Joseph, apparently ICE is using a controversial health statute, Title 42, that's about more than 70 years old, that the Trump administration first started using. What is Title 42?
Title 42 they are using right now because of the pandemic. But the reality is those people, I will say, are testing negative for COVID-19. So therefore, it is an excuse to continue to deport people. And as you mentioned earlier, under the moratorium from the president did not provide provision or relief and protection for those most vulnerable people, as we mentioned, that have been at the border for the past 4 years waiting for a chance to ask for asylum. Understanding that President Trump completely destroyed the immigration system, completely trapped people at the U.S.-Mexico border, from MPP to third country asylum agreement, forcing people to literally die. Understanding that Black immigrants are the most vulnerable, the most impacted, and the most neglected group of immigrants. So this has to stop. We can no longer stand by and watch people's lives being destroyed. We are asking and demanding that all deportation flights are stopped immediately.
And is it your sense that that ICE is acting on its own, or that the Biden administration, the officials who have come into Homeland Security and to ICE, are the newly appointed officials are aware of this?
I cannot speak on behalf of ICE, nor the government, nor the administration. But what I can say is that we saw the pain. We hear it in the voices of those children and those asylum seekers and those immigrants. We do not know, what is going on. We do not know what the relationship is. But what we are seeing is unacceptable. So we are asking for President Biden, for the administration, to do what needs to be done. ICE needs to listen to what the administration and the secretary are instructing them to do, right? They cannot just decide they're going to do whatever they want. We understand under President Trump the boldness that it took for them to gut the immigration system. We understand the boldness that it took to literally uplift these draconian practices. So now we are asking boldness for good. We are asking boldness to build better. We are asking boldness for relief and protection for the people. So whatever it is the relationship might be between ICE and the administration, we want this to be the catalyst that we move forward to as a country.
Juan and I...
And we are also asking the Haitian government to not accept those deportation flights. As you mentioned, we have a stateless man in Port Perilous. I was on the phone with him and his attorney and Congressman Monter John's staffer when they came to take him. I was on the phone hearing to his voice. I was on the phone with his attorney telling him to please go with them because they wanted to remove him forcibly. While he was on the phone, his attorney did not receive a note saying that he was being removed. We only found out because we were on the phone with him when they came to get him.
Juan and I met in Haiti covering the U.S.-backed coups that took place there. Finally, Gerlane, what people are being deported to in Haiti? And we don't have much time.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, right now we are in the middle of a major uprising. We are worried that we might end up with a bloody massacre. In one side, we have the opposition and a lot of people in the diaspora in U.S. Congress stating that based on the Constitution, the president should have left on Sunday, February the 7th. The president is saying no, his term ends next year. So right now, we are asking for protection. Those deportations cannot still continue to respect for life on both sides. So we are asking for that to be stopped.
Caroline Joseph, we want to thank you for being with us, Executive Director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance. And again, Democracy Now! Will be live streaming the Senate impeachment trial of Donald Trump, gavel to gavel, starting at 1 Eastern Time today. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez, wearing...
This is cured out and hard. Gorilla glue. Electrical tape. Get this thing fired up. Getting 7 amps out of the solar. Get to rolling. It's crazy. There's a correlation when I kick this thing on with the solar and the amount of amps the solar controller allows in. It bumps it up. It's interesting. So this is a piece we're going to be working on. Indigo kyanite. Plasmatize. I haven't set fire to it yet. Still been checking compression. Making sure everything is key, locked in, 1 for 1, you know. See, the amperage dropping on the solar collector. 7 amps. I was doing 10. It's crazy. The correlation with that, I have to show that in brain. Interesting. Okay, so now we got it instantaneous. And it gets plugged in. Damn, we got firing. We got firing. Two amps. We have flame. Good thing for that secondary redux. An explosion. And it kept it from exploding the whole thing. Flame on. Been showing me stuff in the dreams. Get this work done. colors and stuff for here. Wiring to do it another day. Alright, I can start broadcasting this line. What's nice about this one is it picks up stuff that the other one doesn't. I'm at 48 megapixels instead of 16. See the plasma going inside of it. I remember glass is supposed to be amorphous. Same with the sand that I heat up and turn into plates. So I'll be able to record in 240 seconds high speed resolution. Real plasma does such things. Get us off world and on world. Defeat COVID and all other bullshit that these people come up with. Only giving us energy free and the ability to make metamaterials on world and off world. And the byproduct is this energy converted back. Already used 0.1 of a kilowatt. Evolution. Did you know that kyanite melts? You're gonna fuse it in with the glass. Evolve it. Crazy enough. Even though solar panels, battery, reading at 14.2 and getting 9 amps. I have to reduce the battery pack down just to the one that is being used for this. That's crazy. It's only been on for 6 minutes. It uses so much energy. My readers state that it's not using that much energy. What glass fuse was it? This is what I was working on when a chamber blew up. An idea that I had of a mix. Fuel hot enough to melt crystals, glass together. Harder than my previous that was melting obsidian and taking the color from it, irradiation, melting quartz, melted by titanium. solar controllers. I can put like 2,000 or 3,000 watts. This is the battery that I'm tied into for this. It's melted together, dude. That's crazy. It's using so much energy even with the car running last night. Trying to get it to go is crazy. I know, finally got it. So we just used kyanite. They go kyanite. What was? There's no plasma element. I'm gonna let this charge up. Fuse some titanium to crystals. Separate these other batteries off. Worst thing ever. I traded and paid a couple grand for the waist weight on this. My buddy had found 4 years ago. They're called blue borals. It's an aquamarine, but the iron's been replaced with caesium. The new mineral. Super expensive. I traded plasma last year. So forth for it. And it was in this big piece. right here, as you see, couldn't tell what the aqua looked like or how big the aqua was or the clarity. But he gave me a deal on it. So it went just like that. Bam! There's another piece on the other side. And I took the chance. I was like, let me get that, man. We put it on the scale, and I was like, dude, wait, but the weight, you want it, right? So I had to pay for all this other stuff. And all those mercies today. Putting the stuff on here with Abuela. I dropped it out of the box. And just exposed the most bluest burl. Last year before COVID, it's $75 a gram for non-clear stuff. Once I got some like little small pieces. This right here with about 2 of her escapes last year. Now it's this year. I'll let this stay out in the elements and expose itself more as it's been. All the crystals and so forth have been evolving, dude. It's been crazy out here.
If Trump tells us to storm the bleeping Capitol, I'm gonna do that then. He used the word we cannot repeat on the radio. Some defendants allegedly told the FBI they thought Trump was actually marching with them to the Capitol. And others echoed Trump's language calling for a, quote, wild rally on the day of the attack, which ended with 5 people dead. Trump's attorneys have argued that he never incited the attack and called for only peaceful protests. Tom Dreisbach, NPR News.
At last check on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 39 points at 31,424. The Nasdaq has risen 43 points, and the S&P 500 has climbed. This is NPR News. Starting next week, Canadians traveling back home by land for non-essential reasons will first be required to show they have tested negative for coronavirus. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says failure to show proof could result in a fine of up to 3,000 Canadian dollars, that's over 2,300 US dollars. Travelers will also receive extensive follow-up visits from health officials. The land border remains closed to non-essential travelers who are not Canadian. Canada already requires people traveling by air to show a negative PCR-based coronavirus test within 3 days prior to arrival. Today is the 3rd day of a massive search and rescue operation in northern India. A giant landslide killed dozens of people Sunday. As many as 200 people are still unaccounted for. NPR's Lauren Frere has the latest on this from Mumbai.
Indian soldiers and police are digging to reach construction workers buried alive when a landslide barreled down from the Himalayas on Sunday. One survivor says he had to cling to the roof of a tunnel when water gushed in. This is in an area of India's Uttarakhand state where environmental experts have long warned against more construction because it's prone to such floods. Many of those killed and trapped are workers at a hydroelectric dam that was swept away by the deluge. Scientists are poring over satellite images to try to figure out whether the landslide was caused by a melting glacier or a rock fall. Lauren Frere, NPR News, Mumbai.
This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Dana-Farber Cancer Institute.
It's gonna be epic. Take these 3 trains down, move this out of the way, and house right here.
That faceless kind of dark thing. No, this is like fucking entities. Like they're as alive and unconscious. They're as conscious as you and I are. Super sentient. They're no good. They're bad. They're mean. But I'm not scared and I'm not in danger. I mean, we're all in danger, but I'm not in danger. Is that CJ?
No.
Oh.
You need to check your eyes. Some pictures of people. Got hit by a car right now.
Okay.
Talking about some shit. And I'm like, yeah, who's driving?
Just maybe you're aware. last like 3 weeks that I've been feeling it. Like super present. It's among us, it's everywhere. It's when I'm by myself. They're there. Like they're there. What? But I'm not scared. I just need to tell you because I know it's there. I'm not scared that I could talk about it and I could probably like try to communicate and see why. Am I aware? And what do they want? But it's there. Like, it's fucking there. It feels like, I don't know, like it feels like, you know when you feel at all times like somebody's observing you? It feels like that, but it's like a mantle, like a blanket kind of thing. And it's like, they ain't telling me not to be scared. They ain't telling me. I feel like they're trying to communicate with me because I'm feeling like I gotta just get a feeling. I see it and I see them and I see it. I see one, I see more, but I don't know if I should entertain it. You know, like should I give you my attention and try to see what the fuck you're trying to do? Because I feel like they don't need to talk to me. Like, oh no, it's fucking scary. But it ain't scary. I ain't scared. It's just in general terms, yes, it would be scary. I'm not scared. Like everybody should be scared because they ain't here for nothing good. But I'm not scared as I would be with that other black thing because it feels like they're here, but it don't feel like, I don't know what's the ability of it to interact with this reality. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm feeling it like in an overlay, and the other shit, it feels like it'll fuck with me. Like it touched me, grabbed me, you know. And I feel like this kind of thing can communicate, but it can't. I don't know if it can touch me and grab me. Honestly, I'm not scared. I'm kind of curious, but. It's just more than one. It feels like an event. It feels like something. It feels like something. It ain't just in my mind or a product of my fucking imagination. maybe enough, because she had mentioned it one time. She said she had white friends and her friends had invited her over and they were acting over here and stuff, entertaining her and whatnot. But I was thinking of maybe asking one of the neighbors if they have her contact. You know, like, hey, I'm trying to reach to this lady. I was wondering if she had her contact number. At least give me her phone out, her name, and kind of try to find her on Facebook.
Ooh. Look at these right here. They have a flashback arrestor inside. That's what that is. That dirt looking stuff. Built in, dude. No more boom boom. Are we flaming? I just gotta get the word. Get powder to it. That's scary. They've stopped talking about the Nigerian variant completely. Wow. They've stopped talking about the Mink variant in California. Wow. Stuff on South Africa. The police just hit the motherfucking curb. He's looking out the window. Homie just hit the motherfucking curb.
He did. He
just
I think
hit
he
the
paid attention.
motherfucking curb. He's pulling off now. Oh, he just hit the curb.
He drove over it.
Damn, yo, you alright, bro? I'm sitting there taking bong hits. I'm like, I just heard a crunch. What's she talking about? Be careful, baby, the police is over there. You need to pop the camera up, homie's embarrassed as shit. Have a good day, sir. That's crazy.
You're so silly. You're so high.
Am I? I'm high. What did he? The police officer just ran over
know
the
how
curb,
you're
yo.
sitting here being high and everybody else is so high.
The curb ain't gonna move for you, buddy. I mean, come on, dude.
I saw it. He drove over it.
Come on, dude.
Porque nunca creé la billetera, me sentiría pésimo. Así que ahora me siento mucho mejor.
No, compramos otras que me parece que se llamaban Naga Coins, otro tipo de moneda, pero...
Sí, porque me estuvieron esos escribiendo a mí, Naga Team, Naga algo, sí.
Ah, ¿viste? Ezekiel knows.
He knows, I know. Escucha, bueno, listo, entonces me despreocupo que eso lo estás siguiendo vos.
Sí, no se preocupen, era que yo pensé que tenía que poner sus mails, pero puse mi mail y ya me dijo...
The guy that
Tiene
Tesla bought $500 million worth of Bitcoin the other day. That's what made it go up.
Lo que dice Ezequiel que lo que le hizo subir el valor a Bitcoin fue que Elon Musk compró de la moneda.
Tesla también.
Sí, por eso. Bueno, ¿qué te está diciendo? No, entré al mail y ahí están los casos de ustedes y dicen que van a ir poniendo...
todos los avances.
Sí, eso, pero dice que no se necesita nada de ustedes por ahora, que no hay nada que se necesite.
Ah, buenísimo. Bueno, mamaicita, ¿por dónde andás?
Estoy en Walmart. Voy a comprar leche y nos vamos a casa.
Ah, bueno, qué suerte. Buenísimo. Sí, nada, nosotros hoy sacamos la orden para hacernos el hisopado que nos piden obligatorio para subir al avión para presentar en Estados Unidos. Y ya tenemos el turno.
Ah, buenísimo.
Sí, así que buenísimo. Bueno, yo ya terminé mis funciones de enfermera, me estoy por ir a recostar.
¿Cómo está papá? ¿Bien?
Bien, sí. Dice que ya está hinchado y aburrido. Y yo que le contesté, esto recién empieza, así que ponele una sonrisa.
Sí, paciencia para todas las caminatas que vas a tener después.
Y sí, así que nada, pero está mucho mejor. Ayer no podía, o sea, yo le tengo que vendar la pierna, con una venda elástica lo hago en la cama, y ayer no podía levantar y sostenerme la pierna en el aire para que yo pudiera poner la venda. Hoy está mucho mejor, hoy ya lo puede hacer.
Bueno, buenísimo.
Sí, mucho mejor. Bueno, Mamaicita, muchas gracias por contestar. Un beso para vos, otro para Ezequiel.
Un beso.
Quiero. Chau.
Descansen, los quiero. Hablamos mañana.
Bueno, chau.
Chau.
Chau, pa. Buenas noches. Recupérate. My mommy's like, I'm done with my nursing duties and I'm going to bed. She said that she gotta wrap my dad's leg. And she was like, yesterday he was having a hard time. He couldn't put it up. And today he was better.
Nice.
Alright, milk, chocolate milk.
Sure.
You want donuts?
Sure.
You want chicken? No, ma.
Brother Jeremy wrote. I screenshotted it. The bottom one is the first.
You need your wood in there. Oh, whoa. It's a response.
First one and then the second. The video that just uploaded. Almost caught up. Just a couple more videos. What does it say? What?
Kind of sounds like you're setting up a virtual private network. I had considered doing as much with an old cell phone and SIM card, allowing that all to become a hotspot that only I can link to. Being some ferocious weather from coast to coast, I have hope and prayed for your safety.
I hope you guys are safe out there, dude.
Yes, we hope you guys are safe too. He says, I have hope and prayed for your safety that the roof of your dwelling holds. That is one of my biggest concerns. Oh, my heart smiles. There was a milestone met. At least that is how it feels. Briefly on Saturday when I turned 48. Happy Earth Day. Briefly because I was born at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes before the end of February 6th. My wife's father, he was born on the 7th in 1943. Not sure why, but 48 seems such a whole number to me. By some mistake, I was told my number is 1, though I feel much more like a number 4. Number 4 is my number. It seems I do so much by the number 4, by squares and multipliers of 4. My wifey goes through life and functions on the number and sets of 3. We make a 43 together, or a lucky number 7. But again, her father was born in 1943. Wife Christine has the same birthday as my departed grandfather and is a Libra like my mother and son. But now I am just rambling on. Beaver of H 882 is still holding the key. At least there still is a key. I have yet to become sick myself. We used that water that you sent last year, and it has kept us the crystal and the vials. When I hold them, bring that childlike feeling, a tickle in my chest that rises over my head, that brings laughter and tears. Then I am abroad, flying over land and water, in touch with the mind, so others, or so it seems. So now I send my love and what energies I can. Mama looks quite the trooper. Looks to be quite the trooper. I cannot see what is going on. Are you building a greenhouse too? Things look. Yeah, the house is a greenhouse. The greenhouse is a house. It's all about the natural light and the evolution. We're building a cell. And so it says, like a biological cellular cell. And so it says, Mama looks to be quite the trooper. I cannot see what is going on. Are you building a greenhouse too? Things look quite industrious on your end. And I see that levitation or opposing electromagnetic fields. How is this thing with women? They wait for men to chase them so only to run away just a little further out of reach. What's that about? All fire and no smoke. Love burns cleanly. Okay, I'm out. Trying to focus on your words. Cheers and blessings. Keep the sanity of life, living above normality. And then the above one says, I had forgotten to mention someone, I think his name was Andrew, on a Flat Earth British live stream. They had asked the channel owner, Martin, if he had heard or seen Star in a Jar. I immediately asked him what he was talking about and whether he was speaking about Ezekiel or Kish, to which I never received a reply.
My signal get taken down, my channel get taken down off YouTube, and again, I still keep seeing my stuff all around. And all these adaptations and stuff that you see that you're getting are all pieces from my videos of me applying and talking about how to make the shit.
I just don't understand how he didn't see my email. Send him an email. Because he says here, I immediately asked him what he was talking about and whether he was speaking about Ezekiel or Kish, to which I never received a reply. I thought it was curious. Cheers. And then he says, edit. I must always bear in mind you are always 2 weeks behind on your videos. Yeah. No, I know, but I reached out. I'll just send it again. I copied the email that was on paper.
Sending you some more water, and I'm working on some things right now, brother. It's time. The world hasn't caught up. I know my videos are uploaded slow, but if the information, which is crazy, the world is still a year behind me in my info. And the news 2 weeks behind. The variants that I've been talking about for 3-4 months now, they're only talking about certain ones and hiding others. Alright, everybody. chamber is staying cool. Thanks for that secondary thing I made. Crazy, literally watching the kyanite melt. It's bubbling. The titanium just melting down.